Is this it? The hero wondered. Is this really how I die? A demonic spear had pierced him, a cursed wound that only a legendary elixir could possibly heal. A man named Choi arrived, boasting that he could have slain the beast alone. The irony was, our hero had just saved his life. Hope flickered when Choi revealed he had an elixir. But that hope was instantly crushed. It was far too rare a treasure to waste on him. Our protagonist simply accepted his cruel fate, as countless system windows began commenting on his impending death. These were the divine spirits, the gods who orchestrated these death games, watching humans struggle for their own twisted entertainment. In the midst of this tragic farewell, a new figure appeared, a teller, a being who delivered the gods' whims to mortals. The teller announced the next trial was about to start. With his dying breath, our hero urged Choi to take his companions and flee. The women protested, but Choi silenced them. In a final act of cowardice, they abandoned their savior to die alone. And so, the story ends here. Just kidding. Death was not the end. The hero's soul was reborn as a shimmering ball of light. It seems this is the fate for all who fall. The teller informed them that from this day forward, they were all its employees. Without warning, they were cast into the void of space. The ultimatum was terrifyingly simple: form a contract in 1 hour, or be erased from existence. Gazing down from the endless dark, our hero saw that Earth was still perfectly intact, untouched by destruction. He hadn't just been reborn. He had traveled back in time. The portals that unleashed hell upon his world had not yet appeared. The chosen ones were still just normal people. In a flash of light, he transformed back into his human body, leaving the teller utterly speechless. This was a feat that took most rookie tellers an entire month to master. He had accomplished it in mere seconds. Our hero figured this mission would be easy. Who wouldn't leap at the chance to form a contract with a powerful teller? But returning to Earth, he discovered a new, complicated reality. He could now see floating books of bronze, silver, and gold above every person, signifying their raw talent. He could even open these books and read the very blueprint of their potential for growth. Yet everywhere he looked, only silver and bronze. As the timer ticked down to its final minute, panic began to set in. The teller's voice echoed with disappointment, noting that with only 1 minute left, success was now impossible. Desperate, his mind raced until a memory ignited the legendary Miracle Trio, the 3 strongest heroes he had ever known. He spoke the name of the one whose identity was public, and was instantly teleported to a dorm room, where he found Kang Harem calmly eating ramen. She jumped in surprise, threatening to call the police, but her words fell on deaf ears. He could only see one thing: the magnificent golden book of destiny that floated above her head. The agent of a celestial being had finally found Kang Harem, introducing himself as Yoo Hyun. He got straight to the point. He wanted to sign a contract with her. Harem was floored. Everyone had always told her that her skills were worthless. She had long since given up on her dream of being a hero. The main character realized she had absolutely no idea of her true, godlike potential. He explained he was there precisely because of that hidden talent. Hope ignited in her eyes as she asked where to sign. Yoo Hyun handed her the contract, but his heart pounded against his ribs. The clock was running out. He only had 15 seconds left. He begged her to hurry as she signed. The tension was unbearable. Just as she finished, the clock struck 0, and the world fell silent. Just kidding. With only 2 seconds of his new life to spare, a system window confirmed it. Mission complete. Yoo Hyun recalled the vow he'd made to himself to live this second chance with no regrets. He told the girl he was excited to work with her, and she simply asked him to take care of her. He then summoned the golden book that held her past. He opened it, and the contents were staggering. She didn't just have one special class. She had 3, and only the first one was awakened. Even in its dormant state, her power level was already off the charts. One of her abilities was the same as a legendary hero's, with 3 top-tier talents. Just how powerful could she become if she awakened them all? Yoo Hyun asked if she was aware of this. Harem, however, still believed her talents were weak. She explained that she'd been told never to speak of them during her training. But Yoo Hyun reminded her gently, "We have a contract now." She laughed, revealing the talent's name was Goryeo-era Swordmaster, a name she thought was a complete joke. Yoo Hyun was left absolutely stunned. He confirmed she'd never told anyone else about this. Her reply was heartbreaking. No one ever bothered to ask. Fearing he would cancel the deal, she insisted she wouldn't allow it. But he quickly reassured her he wasn't disappointed in the slightest. At that moment, a system notification appeared. He was now an official employee. His first mission attend the opening ceremony. He told Harem he had to depart, unsure of how long he would be gone. Then, he asked what kind of equipment she used. "A shield," she replied. Since she wasn't skilled in combat but was physically powerful, she figured she could be a defender on the front lines. Her masters forced a spear into her hands, anything to keep her from a true blade. This only fueled the embers of her frustration. He told her to listen, his voice cutting through her doubts. "Cast aside the shield, take up a sword, and train until your hands bleed." It was all she ever wanted to hear. "Yes," he confirmed. "Only then will you awaken your true power." A mission alert flashed, and he accepted it without a second thought. With a final command for her to begin, he vanished in a flash of light. Later, Hiram stood alone on a construction site, a cold steel sword gripped in her hand. A wave of uncertainty washed over her. Could she really learn just by swinging it? She had never properly held a sword in her life. She began with a few awkward swings, but then something clicked. Her movements began to flow, gaining a precision she didn't know she possessed. A natural grace took over, an instinct she couldn't possibly explain. By the time Yoo Hyun returned, more time had passed than he'd ever intended. He teleported to her location and was utterly stunned by her progress. Her stance was as solid as the earth itself. She was already performing complex forms without a single lesson. A smile crept across his face. No wonder she is destined to be the Sword Empress. His sudden appearance shattered her concentration. "How long were you watching?" she yelled. He calmly replied that he didn't want to interrupt her flow. She insisted she wasn't even training seriously yet. At that moment, his next quest materialized on the system screen. This was his life's mission: collect stories, build a legendary library, and earn his promotion. Hiram, unable to see the screen, asked what he was staring at. "I'm going to build a library," he announced. Surprised, she asked, "Isn't that the first thing a teller does?" He explained he had just started this path, but the look in her eyes told him she didn't quite believe it. He had nothing to gain from lying to her. Just then, a prompt appeared before him, asking him to name his library. He scrolled through a list of suggestions, each one more terrible than the last. He cursed the trolls who had clearly spammed the list. Did he really have to pick one of these ridiculous names just to get the spirit's attention? But then, one name caught his eye, and he opened it to investigate. He witnessed a pathetic scene of a collector being crushed by weak monsters, all while being flooded with comments telling him to just give up. The story was failing to please any divine spirits. Yoon immediately saw the danger of partnering with an incompetent collector. He'd worry about the library's name later. For now, it was time to create his own story. He asked Hiram if she was ready to swing her sword for real, and she just looked confused. In an instant, they teleported before a shimmering, otherworldly portal. The girl stared in awe and asked where they were. He explained this was the entrance to the world of thoughts, a realm built from myths, legends, and stories. Gazing at the portal, the main character explained the sacred duty of a teller, to tell tales to the higher spirits. This was their stage. Turning to Hiram, he said he had a question for her. Did she understand the weight of the story they were about to create? She guessed it was the story of a main character, and he confirmed it was something like that. But he warned her that every story belonged to a different genre. And among all the countless tales, one genre stood above all others, the heroic sagas. Standing before the gate, Yoo Hyun declared that from now on, she would become the protagonist of a heroic tale. Doubt still flickered in her eyes, but he promised to help her. The scene shifted in a blur, and they now stood upon a desolate cobalt mountain. The main character asked if she knew of these creatures. She knew a little. Opening his system window, the protagonist launched his library. Immediately, higher spirits began to file in, their interest piqued by what story would be told. He began to speak to them, introducing himself, but soon realized they were the same toxic viewers from the other library. They were already spewing hateful comments before the story had even started. It was then the main character understood. They weren't here to watch a story. They were here to watch him fail. He told her he was moving to the observation room to narrate her tale. She would have to fight alone. Fear seized the girl's heart. He tried to calm her, saying she would be fine. She just needed to swing the sword as she had before. The next instant, 2 monstrous feet slammed down before her. Hiram screamed in terror, but the main character's voice boomed from above, telling her she could do this. "You just need to believe in yourself," he yelled. But she stammered back nervously, still paralyzed by fear. The monster roared and prepared to strike as she whimpered. The cobalt golem wasted no time, delivering a crushing blow, but Hiram managed to dodge by clumsily throwing herself to the ground. The cobalt unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks, and the girl, began screaming for help, completely terrified. She stumbled and fell backward, a desperate move that saved her from a horizontal slash that would have sliced her in half. Vicious comments from the spirits began to flood her vision. They jeered that she was heading straight for her coffin, and their cruel words left her completely frozen. Voices from her past echoed in her mind, a painful flashback of people mocking her skills and scorning her raw, untamed strength. Jeers and mocking laughter echoed around her, whispers that she lacked the power to even form a contract with a teller. The memory brought fresh tears, and she clutched her shield like a final defense against their cruel words. There she sat in the lonely silence of her room, her gaze fixed on the shield lying on her bed, trapped in a depression too deep to even leave her home. Hiram couldn't help but wonder, did she truly have the will to continue this path? Or would she shatter and flee back to her own time? The painful memories held her frozen to the ground, completely paralyzed. A sword flashed, grazing her arm and drawing a thin line of blood. But in that moment, something inside her shifted. She was done running. If she ran now, she would be nothing but a worthless coward for the rest of her life. Even in this pit of despair, she had to move, because he had found her. That teller who appeared from nowhere, saying he wanted to form a contract with her. If she fled now, she could never face Mr. Yuan again. Her grip on her sword became iron. She made a vow that no matter what hell awaited her, she would never again show such weakness. Watching the tense scene unfold, the main character roared her name. He screamed at her to dodge the cobalt strike, but she just stood there, head down, as if waiting to be torn apart. But in the next instant, she looked up, and a fierce light ignited in her eyes. And we all know, when the eyes glow, things are about to get serious. Raising her sword high above her head, she parried the monster's attack with impossible strength. Her blade didn't even tremble from the impact. With blood in her eyes and hatred fueling her every fiber, she unleashed a single, devastating blow that ended the creature instantly. The divine spirits watching were completely stunned, unable to process what had just unfolded before them. Not even the main character could believe what he had just witnessed. On her knees after the battle, Him's only thought was that she would never run again. She would never be afraid again. A satisfied smile crossed Yuan's face. This was the real Kang Ham. That was the true way of the sword. A brilliant yellow light began to emerge from the kobolt's vanquished body. It floated slowly towards the girl's chest plate, and a system message flashed before her. You have earned 7 points. In a state of shock, she finally realized the magnitude of what she had done. As she timidly celebrated, the protagonist appeared in her system window to congratulate her. The only problem was, her fight was far from over. New enemies were already swarming in to avenge their fallen comrade. As the battle raged on, he explained that this world was filled with wonders that could bring her joy, so she couldn't afford to stop now. It was time for her to become more ambitious, to desire more, to claim her destiny. At the same time, a flood of donations began to pour in for her. Could she really achieve such greatness? Hayer's response was firm, yes. Her confidence was now a blazing inferno, and even I am on the edge of my seat to see what she does next. The kobolds charged as a pack, but this time, the girl showed no fear. She drew her sword once more, ready to cut them all down, deeply impressed. The main character checked the viewer data for Hiram's story. It had already racked up more than 15 views in under an hour. Actually, I stand corrected. The one watching was another teller, one who was shocked by Yuyun's incredible results. His name was Tan. He was both impressed and utterly baffled by what he saw. This level of progress shouldn't be possible, even with a department's backing. Suspecting that Yu Huni was using some kind of dirty trick, Tan decided to investigate the case personally. But when he opened the collector's viewer window, he was left completely speechless. Stammering, he began to wonder just who this woman was. She wore no protective gear, and her sword was painfully ordinary. Having seen every type of collector imaginable, this was the first time he had ever witnessed someone so unconventional. And with every passing second, she grew stronger. The kobolds, realizing they were no match for him, began to cry out and flee in terror. The main character saw it too. Her growth rate was explosive. Convinced of her potential, he turned to the divine spirits. "What do you think of Hayam now?" he asked. And this is just a fraction of her true power. She could achieve so much more than this. The donations didn't stop, flooding in by the thousands of points. He then asked her what she wanted. Confused, she looked around. They were standing before a strange red barrier, almost like a fence. He informed her that they had left the cultivation area. This was a special zone collectors had created to gather points with greater efficiency. She simply said she understood, but her grip on her sword had already tightened in anticipation. The senior teller observing the scene was amazed. She had reached the border on her very first cultivation attempt. Yu-hun asked if she was disappointed that it was over. She admitted that she was. She felt a little frustrated, but the protagonist assured her, "It's not over. Now that we've made it this far, we can go all the way." Under his guidance, she would cross that border and cleanse the entire mind domain, permanently erasing it from existence. Because when one domain like this is cleared, another one is always born somewhere else. Few possess the courage to conquer these mind domains, held back by their own limitations. That's precisely why the border was created, aligned to avoid these perilous realms. Hiram questioned if this was truly all right, but he simply told her to place all the blame on him if things went south. Besides, the fire in her eyes showed no signs of wanting to stop here. Thrilled, she asked if it was that obvious, and he confirmed it with a knowing smile. Even the divine spirits were captivated by the spectacle, and so she resolved to conquer the entire domain, just as he guided. While our hero stirred up a storm to rally support for Hiram, the lizard-faced teller watched in utter disbelief at her audacious move. Hiram readied her strike, gathering her power, but he sneered, convinced she lacked the strength to shatter the boundary. But a true protagonist never gives up on their destiny. With a single, decisive leap, Hiram took flight. As she poured every ounce of her being into the charge, donations flooded in for the rising star. This was the essence of a true heroine. The lizard teller could only watch, exasperated. History was unfolding in a way no one had foreseen. She had already gathered 20 viewers. In the past, this story was filled with grand adventures, but the collectors chose the easy way out, causing the divine spirits to lose interest. Because of their boredom, they decided to trigger an apocalypse, desperate for a tale worth watching. Yu-hyun knew this world's tragic ending all too well, which is why he was determined to forge a new future, one that defied his past life's fate. This change wouldn't be born from an outsider's intervention, but from the raw strength of humanity itself. These were the chronicles of the Sword Empress, and her legend had now reached 25 viewers. Appearing before her once more, our hero congratulated her for reaching the deepest point of the mind domain. Her face lit up at the sight of him, and we all know what that means. That crimson blush could only mean one thing, but all he saw was that her fear had vanished completely. He told her they were almost there and recommended she take a break. She agreed, admitting the exhaustion was finally setting in. Yu-hyun realized that while her skills had sharpened, her physical body was still struggling to keep pace. She needed greater resilience. He asked her thoughts on fighting with a sword. Her eyes lit up as she replied, it was the greatest feeling ever, and she should have started with one from the beginning. Looking over at her book, Yu-hyun noticed it was glowing with an unusual intensity. Her achievements today must have triggered a profound change within its pages. Deciding not to investigate for now, he warned her that the kobolds from before were waiting in force at the end of this mental domain. Their coordinated movements suggested a leader was commanding them. Yet, her expression showed no trace of fear as he asked what her plan was. He offered to stop right there if she wished. She let out a small laugh, asking if he was joking, but his serious expression told her he was not. Rising to her feet, she declared she would see this to the end. This was her path to walk, and there was no turning back now. He affirmed that he takes responsibility for his words and asked if they should proceed. She answered with a firm yes. A faint smile touched Yu-hyun's lips, for he could see the incredible change in her. She was overflowing with confidence now. He no longer needed to hold her back. The system warning was clear. This next stage would be dangerous. She needed a clear objective. He asked if she knew the domain's clearing conditions, and she nodded, ready for the challenge. This one was straightforward, a raid mission. The best strategy was to eliminate them all, but the key was to focus on the leader first. There are countless ways to clear a mind domain, but this one required defeating a single specific monster, a fact that made her blood race with excitement. Humming a little tune, she was already charging toward the boss room when our hero called for her to wait. She needed to change her weapon first. Confused, she asked why, until she looked down and saw her sword was on the verge of shattering. A single solid blow would turn it to dust. Tears streamed down her face in utter despair. But our hero calmly remarked that for a starter sword, it had held up remarkably well, trying to console her. He opened the system store. He reminded her of all the points she'd earned, showing her the best available replacements. She gasped at the exorbitant prices. It would cost every last point she had earned, but there was no other choice. She spent it all on a single blade. In a flash of light, the new sword materialized by her side, looking like a rapier, or perhaps a katana. Its elegant curve made it hard to classify. Yu Hyun praised her excellent choice, but she was still sobbing over her empty wallet. He reminded her she could earn more now, so it was time to go. The kobold pack was lying in wait, their leader observing from the shadows, surrounded by its vicious underlings. Hiram arrived with purpose, declaring it was their fault her first sword had broken and she had to buy a new one. Breaking into a cold sweat, the kobolds locked onto her. They felt an aura of a true threat, the likes of which they had never encountered. She charged headfirst into the monster horde, screaming that they were the reason she had to blow all her savings on this new sword. She slammed her powerful new blade into the ground. The resulting explosion sent monsters flying in a symphony of destruction. She declares everyone there utterly doomed, unleashing a flurry of attacks while screaming about her wasted points. Pure hatred burned in her eyes as she launched herself directly at the domain's boss. It's truly amazing what the fear of loss can do to a person. The Cobalt boss shrieked in despair, but its fate was already sealed. With a single, fluid strike, she sent its head flying, conquering the domain once and for all. The scene cuts to a cafe, where the girl is savoring a slice of cake so heavenly, she can hardly believe it's real. The main character casually sips his coffee, asking if it's really that good. She passionately confirms it's the best thing she's ever tasted in her entire life. Yu Hyun thinks her reaction is a bit much, but understandable for someone who's survived on cheap ramen for years. He tells her she can enjoy this every single day, so long as she keeps raking in points like she did today. He adds with a smirk that she just needs to be careful not to get fat. Shifting topics, she asks what he meant about knowing the true nature of her Goryeo-era talent. Yu Hyun simply asks if she's ever heard of a man named Chuk Jung-young. Her blank expression says it all. The story goes that Jung-young was just an ordinary soldier, nothing more than a low-ranking public official. However, one fateful day, he scaled the walls of a castle controlled by the urchin tribe and single-handedly wiped the fortress clean. He didn't just fend off the enemies around him, he mercilessly slaughtered tens of thousands of them on his own. Rumors spread like wildfire that he had surpassed the limits of a mere mortal, earning him the title Swordmaster of the Goryeo era. Hiram is captivated by the tale, but wonders why she's never heard of such a legendary figure. The main character explains that the hero's name was a bit strange. Her curiosity ignited. She presses him for it, but he refuses to say. Is it Voldemort or something, she insists, demanding that he tell her? Yu Hyun becomes visibly flustered, telling her to stop before he reports her for harassment. He tells her to look it up herself if she wants to know so badly. She pulls out her phone, doubting a name could possibly be that bad. But the moment she reads it, her face flushes crimson with utter embarrassment. Let's just say it was the Korean version of a very famous, very large anatomical joke. Enraged, she hurls the phone at the protagonist's head, calling him a pervert and shouting that she'll be the one filing a complaint. The main character calmly states that even if his name got him erased from the history books, it never diminished his legendary strength as a warrior. Her eyes light up. She asks excitedly if this means her ability is just as special. Her childish glee makes the main character wonder when she'll finally awaken and become the true Sword Empress from his past life. Grabbing her arm, he declares they have no more time for idle chatter. It was time to put their plan into action. She follows, confused, as he explains they need to work on her image. But she whines that she hadn't even finished her cake. Hiram asks the main character if he really thinks this new look is okay. He calls it perfect, and reminds her to go over his instructions one last time. No foolish laughing, and maintain your composure in front of the divine spirits. She nods. It was time. As the spirits begin to materialize, he immediately notices a much larger crowd than in the original timeline. Many of them looked absolutely astonished. Their reactions were all over the place, which made him curious. And then, he understood exactly why. They had only ever seen Kang Hiram in tattered rags. Today, she looked absolutely breathtaking. The main character thinks to himself, if you ask anyone what the most important trait for a character is, they'll all say strength. But if you ask for the second most important, the answers will vary. In my opinion, it's always been appearance. He knew that making her beautiful would command far more attention, and he was right. But before they challenged the next domain, she still had something to learn. He hands her an item, the story he'd bought earlier, and asks if it's her first time seeing one. She nods. Despite her incredible talent, she still needed to learn how to properly prepare for a mission. And this was the key. The girl thanks him sincerely. As she begins to absorb the story's knowledge, Yoo-hun asks how she's feeling. She feels completely rejuvenated. He replies that her reaction is perfect. Most collectors would feel sick after absorbing so much at once. Hiram was about to ask what kind of points he spent when he cut her off. Announcing it was time for their show, stepping into the new domain, she asked what kind of strange place this was. It looked like an endless maze, but once again, Yoo-hyun cut her off with a single look. Understanding the situation instantly, she began to act, describing the area as desolate and empty. The main character explained that this was the Labyrinth of Crete. Countless parties had attempted to conquer this dungeon, but all of them had failed. This time, completing it was her mission. Hiram asked why no one had ever succeeded. He replied that its completion conditions had always been a total mystery. Deeper into the twisting corridors, she came across a grim sight. The fallen challengers who had come before her and failed. Frustration began to set in, but the main character quickly silenced her. He warned her these were not ancient remains. They were recent challengers. Already, over 100 viewers were glued to her story. Even rival tellers were watching, as their engagement was exploding. Our main character knew those vultures were just trying to steal ideas from a rookie, but he didn't care. His only mission was to build a legion of loyal fans for them both. Yoo-hun produced a spool of string and handed it to Hiram. Confused, she questioned what it was for. This wasn't just any maze, it was a death trap. He reminded her of the ancient myth, how Theseus used a thread to conquer his labyrinth. She was to do the same. With a final good luck, he teleported away, ready to observe her trial from the story's viewing area. A system window flared to life. Its instruction clear, just keep moving forward, never look back, and treat it as a simple task. She accepted without a second thought, unraveling the string as donations began to flood in, all of them from a user named XXX. Hiram navigated the grim corridors, past the bodies of the fallen, her thread unspooling behind her like a lifeline in the darkness. Yuian watched, utterly astounded. Her mental fortitude was off the charts. Surrounded by death, she showed absolutely no signs of panic. Rounding another corner, her eyes scanned the area with cold precision, her composure completely unshaken. At last, she arrived at what seemed to be the labyrinth's heart. Could the legend be true? Was the Minotaur from Greek myth waiting inside? An ominous light pulsed from a portal just ahead. Yoo-hun urgently shouted for her to wait, but his warning came too late. A 5-meter-tall monstrosity had already emerged, snorting with rage and ready to attack. The beast unleashed a deafening roar that shook the very walls. Its massive fist descended like a meteor, aiming to crush her into dust. Yet, her expression remained calm. Watching through the system screen, he saw the monster's attack shatter the stone floor. The only question was, did she escape? A thick cloud of dust obscured everything, making it impossible to know if she was harmed. But as the Minotaur peered into the gloom, it realized its fatal mistake far too late. Her blade had already carved a deep gash across its chest. In a flash, she was behind it, her sword poised to strike again. Without a shred of mercy, she mocked the beast, declaring that tonight's dinner would be cowhead soup. What a humiliating end for a legendary monster. The divine spirits were completely baffled. As the main character cringed at her cliché taunt, Yoo-hyun frantically yelled that this beast was on another level from a mere kobold. Its hide was incredibly thick and tough, Taking it down in one blow was impossible. He urged her to use a hit-and-run strategy. He shouted desperately, but his instructions fell on deaf ears. She had absolutely no intention of retreating. She weaved through the monster's furious attacks with impossible grace, letting it bleed out from its devastating wounds. The beast finally collapsed to its knees, and Hiram landed softly before it. Yoo-hyun stared at the screen, his heart pounding. Suddenly, her blade ignited with a brilliant emerald light. Kang Haer had mastered the Aura Sword. Chi Sword, also known as Aura Sword. A legendary skill only the absolute strongest can use, allowing them to imbue their weapons with pure power. Most collectors can never hope to learn this on their own. They can only acquire it through legendary stories. Yet this monstrously talented girl had mastered it all by herself. The protagonist knew he had found an unparalleled gem. Hiram readied her final strike. As the beast roared in defiance, she charged, ready to cleave it in two. Her sword descended like divine judgment, aiming to slice vertically through the monster's head. The one with the horns, of course. A massive explosion of energy erupted from her attack. Her talent was simply unbelievable. Split cleanly in two, the monster's remains lay meters away, inside a crater carved by her Aura Sword technique. She gazed upon her victory, sword still clutched in her hand. As she wiped away her sweat, donations flooded the screen, most from that Triple X guy. He must be her #1 fan. Yuyan was in absolute shock. He had done nothing but witness a complete massacre. Their subscriber count had already doubled, and it was still climbing fast. But Hiram's voice cut through his excitement. Something felt wrong. She had defeated the monster, but the domain hadn't been cleared. Even the watching divine spirits were confused as to why the trial wasn't over. Teleporting to her side, the main character confirmed her fears. The domain truly hadn't ended. His answer was chilling. Speaking to her and the spirits, he began to explain the dark truth of this place. Why this labyrinth was never conquered, even after its boss was slain. This trial doesn't end just by defeating the Minotaur. He remembered from his past life that many had killed the beast, yet none had ever escaped. Yet, for all their efforts, not a single soul had conquered the labyrinth, leaving its deepest secrets shrouded in mystery. But one day, a lone digger finally broke the code. Because of his success, our main character now held the key. The only condition was to find the true exit. Hiram suggested using her thread to backtrack, but he corrected her that was the entrance, not the way out. Our main character calmly explains this, and when she asks for the exit's location, he simply looks up, saying, "It's right there." "The ceiling?" she asks, bewildered. He counters with a question of his own. "Do you know the legend of Daedalus?" She nods. He was the master inventor who crafted this very maze, a prison from which no one was meant to escape. "You mean Theseus?" she asks. The main character confirms it, adding that Daedalus himself taught him the secret of the thread. As punishment, King Minos threw Daedalus and his son into their own creation. Yet, even then, the brilliant inventor found a way for him and Icarus to escape. With a single feather in hand, the main character gives her a clue. In a flash of insight, her eyes widen with excitement. She understands. Feathers were scattered all across the floor. Without a second thought, she dashes off to collect every last one. She returns with her arms full, her exhilaration matching his own. Tossing them before him, she declares that this should be enough. Instantly, the feathers erupt in a blinding light as they cascade to the ground. In the next moment, a magnificent pair of wings materializes on her back. She had obtained the wings of Icarus, an impossibly rare item allowing her to fly once per day. She was completely stunned, but he snapped her back to reality, urging her to use the wings and escape. Just before she left, he added with a smile, "You're pretty lucky." The moment she emerged, donations flooded in, praising her for conquering the challenge all by herself. Back home, her confidence was soaring. She playfully asks him what he thinks of her now that her self-esteem is through the roof. He offers a simple compliment, but it's not enough for her. She celebrates her triumph, pressing him. "Don't you think I look beautiful now?" He dismisses her, clearly uninterested, but she doesn't give up, insisting he can't possibly pretend her beauty has no effect on him. "Not even the divine spirits could resist," she teases, making him visibly nervous. Finally snapping, he yells that if she doesn't stop, he'll hit her. Her playful mood shatters, and she starts crying, calling him mean. He cuts the childish argument short. "Have you been to the association yet?" She shakes her head. wondering why he's asking. "It's time for your class advancement," he declares. To earn real money, she needed to climb to a higher rank. Her excitement instantly returns. Flying out the window, she yells that she's on her way, but he shouts after her not to waste her daily flight on something so simple. He decides to tag along, just to make sure the association doesn't try to take advantage of her. When they arrive, nobody seems to recognize her. Everyone who laid eyes on her was captivated by her powerful aura. She no longer looked like some run-of-the-mill collector. She radiated an energy that set her far above the rest. She strode confidently with him by her side, turning heads as people whispered about her stunning beauty. Yoo Hyun quietly warned her not to even think about using her new wings here. She shot him a guilty look, feigning innocence. At the counter, an attendant greeted them, but our main character could see the man was completely overwhelmed by her presence. He calmly stated they were there to claim the rewards for clearing a mental domain, while Hiram was blissfully wondering what to eat for dinner. Instantly, the room filled with shocked whispers. No one could believe it. After all the rumors, someone had actually completed a mental domain. Their disbelief quickly turned to anger. They cursed the selfishness of whoever cleared the domain, wishing for their downfall. If only they knew who they were talking about. The attendant, curious, asked if anyone else was with them. Yoo Hyun flatly said no. She cleared it, entirely on her own. The crowd erupted, shouting that they were liars. Unfazed, the attendant asked for her class. "She's a class 9, Yoo Hyun replied. The attendant's face went pale. He nervously asked them to wait while he contacted his superior, showing them to a private room as the whispers intensified. A single person, a mere class 9, conquering a mental domain. It was absolutely unbelievable. He glanced at her with a hint of concern, but felt a wave of relief seeing she was completely unbothered by the commotion. Suddenly, a mountain of a man at least 2 meters tall and over 200 pounds of muscle stormed over, calling them scammers and liars. He leaned down, getting right in her face, sneering at her as if a girl like her could never accomplish such a feat. He was trying to intimidate her, but Hiram simply stared back, her face a mask of utter indifference. She couldn't even be bothered to reply. Her lack of reaction only fueled his rage. To be ignored by a lowly class 9, he pushed further, trying to get any kind of rise out of her. Still, nothing. The girl continued to look right through him, offering not even a flicker of attention. But his provocation completely backfired, as the man roared at her for the disrespect. Our main character coolly stated she had no interest in talking to him. His fury then turned to Yoo Hyun. "Who the hell do you think you are? You're just a manager." But Yoo Hyun simply replied that he preferred the term colleague. Now completely enraged, the brute fixed his eyes on our hero, warning him to get lost if he didn't want a beating. Yet, the main character remained perfectly calm. With a smirk, he challenged him. "And what happens if I don't leave?" That finally broke him. The huge man lunged forward, aiming a fist straight for Yoo Hyun's face, who only warned him to be careful with Hyeon. The man paid him no mind and charged at the protagonist like a bull. In that instant, his gigantic arm was caught by one far thinner, yet infinitely stronger. Staring at Hyeon, the man growled, "What now? You better let go, or there will be consequences." Little did he know, the consequences were for him alone. The entire room watched in stunned silence as Hyeon slammed him into the floor so hard it cracked the very foundation. He was knocked out cold. And the girl just stood there, watching over him, a scene that echoed her battle with the Minotaur. If you were paying attention, Yoo Hyun casually crossed his legs, unbothered by the chaos. "I did warn him," he said. He told the thug to be careful, and now we see why. Hyeon had finally run out of patience, revealing the other, terrifying side of her personality. "My apologies. Folks, I was wrong." He wasn't unconscious, but he clearly lacked the strength to stand, utterly confused by what just happened. Staring up at her, he couldn't believe it. He had been so effortlessly crushed by a woman. What a sexist buffoon. "Hyeon, you have my permission to finish him." He scrambled to his feet and charged again, but she held her ground, merely observing his clumsy attack. In the next moment, the onlookers were about to witness something even more terrifying. She threw him to the ground once more, ending it with a decisive arm lock. Everyone was in shock that a Class 7 collector had been so easily dominated by a mere Class 9. But the man hadn't given up. He was still conscious. And if he was awake, he could still take more punishment. He was seething, humiliated after being beaten down twice. His eyes locked onto the main character, and the horrifying truth dawned on him. This was all a part of that damned manager's plan. He shot to his feet, releasing a crushing aura that filled the room as he screamed curses at our hero. But this time, Hyun's reaction was different. Yoo Hyun's eyes widened in alarm as he recognized the technique. Ethereal martial arts. This man wasn't as weak as they had assumed. The floor of the association began to crack and splinter under the pressure. The other hunters cried out in despair, begging them to stop. But he ignored their pleas. His rage-filled screams aimed solely at the protagonist, threatening to end his very existence. Hyun responded in kind, stepping harder on his back. She pinned him completely to the ground, leaving him utterly baffled as to how she did it. Yoo Hyun realized she had mastered another skill all on her own. The heavy body technique. She was exceeding every expectation he had when he first chose her. Suddenly, a blush crept across her face for no apparent reason, confusing even the main character. The crowd was already in awe of her strength, witnessing how she subdued a Class 7 hunter without breaking a sweat. A sharp voice cut through the tension, demanding to know what they were doing as two men in suits rushed in to break up the fight. Our hero noted their delayed arrival. It meant they were following someone's orders, not to intervene right away. Another man appeared, the one who seemed to be in charge. "Do we look like such a joke that you'd cause this kind of commotion?" Yoo Hyun asked if he was the head of this branch. The man confirmed it, then demanded to know who he was. "I'm Hyun's colleague," he replied smoothly. He explained that while she was involved, they were not the ones who initiated the conflict. At worst, it was a simple disagreement. The other man became unilaterally aggressive, giving the girl no choice but to apprehend him. She was merely acting in self-defense. The manager looked skeptical, but our hero calmly pointed out that she didn't have a single scratch and had acted only to protect herself and the bystanders. Yoo Hyun then added that he should be grateful to her for immediately neutralizing the threat. The branch manager had no choice but to agree. The crowd itself confirmed that the other guy started it all, forcing the manager to smile and apologize for the misunderstanding. Moving on to the real reason they were here, the main character asked when the person handling the domain-clearing rewards would arrive. The man he was looking for, an old man, appeared and explained they were having trouble processing the payment, requesting a private conversation. Calling Hyun over, they followed the old man to his office. As people continued to praise her for defeating the Class 7 hunter, Yoo Hyun knew her first public appearance had been a massive success for her reputation. But the real battle was only just beginning. The main character's true goal was to extract every last resource he could from the association. Glancing at the old man's book, he already knew his potential. He was no match for the legendary Hiram, but this man was still a force to be reckoned with. His initial plan was to overpower them both, but realizing the tables were turning, he was forced to shift his tactics. Opening the door to his office, he gestured for them to enter. The main character knew this old fox was experienced. He couldn't afford a single misstep. The old man formally introduced himself as Cho Jungmo. He declared that, however it might seem, he was the one in charge of this place. The main character introduced himself and Hiram, stating he heard they had cleared the 2 mind domains. But our hero corrected him. Hiram had conquered them alone. The old man's eyes widened in disbelief. Yoo Hyun acknowledged the shock. It was an unbelievable feat, but her power was undeniable proof. The old man conceded the point, then cut straight to the heart of the matter. What did the two of them truly want from the association? With a serious tone, the main character stated their claim they wanted what was rightfully theirs for clearing the domain. Was the association really planning to deny them their just reward? In that moment, the old man's entire expression soured. Forcing a smile, he explained that granting rewards was his decision alone. But our hero could see this was about more than just payment. Yoo Hyun decided to be blunt. He already knew the association had no intention of rewarding them. The old man just feigned ignorance, asking how he knew. Done with the games, the main character told him to stop being evasive. He demanded to know if they would give them the reward or not. The direct attack left the old man speechless. Our hero was now pressuring him, cornering him for a straightforward answer. The truth finally came out. The government preferred to leave domains intact, a cowardly consensus to prevent new ones from appearing randomly. A bitter smile formed on the old man's face. He admitted they had hit them where it really hurt. Neither the government nor the collectors wanted more work for themselves. In short, Cho Jung-mo said they had shattered a silent agreement, and he questioned if they understood the consequences. Yu Hyun explained that domains exist to tell stories for the divine spirits. It was humanity that was breaking the sacred rules. The old man disagreed. For them, a new domain meant more money and more people needed to analyze it. It was a massive risk for everyone, both in terms of economics and the lives that could be lost within. So, from their point of view, their stance was a matter of prevention. Yu Hyun said their excuses almost sounded convincing. The old man erupted, shouting they were doing it to prevent needless death. He demanded to know if they would take responsibility for any lives lost. But our hero's reply was cold as ice. They were collectors. Such responsibilities were not theirs to bear. Whether a person lives or dies depends entirely on their own skill and their fate. Seething with rage, the old man warned him to watch his words. The main character simply repeated his stance, enraging the old man who screamed that lives were at stake. He accused him of being utterly irresponsible. Yu Hyun was thrown back to a memory of his past life, remembering how this very decision by the association led Earth to ruin, costing countless more lives. The main character conceded that deaths in new domains were a tragedy, but maintaining this rotten status quo wouldn't solve the real problem. The collectors of this era were corrupt, acting like cowards for their own safety and avoiding any true challenges. The old man sneered, asking if he thought he was any different. Yu Hyun confirmed that he was. They didn't hide. They didn't stop others. That made them superior, and it was why they acted to shut down the domains. Cho Jung-mo scoffed, asking if he truly believed they should be rewarded for such arrogance. Meanwhile, Hyeram hadn't uttered a single word. The old man insisted it didn't matter what he said. This was how society and the system functioned, and that was never going to change. Did he understand? A faint smile touched our hero's lips as he asked if he wasn't afraid of the consequences of that path. But the old man simply replied, "You are just two people." Brushing that aside, he said that from the old man's narrow view. It might seem that way. But what if others decided to act as well? What others, Cho Jung-mo demanded. And in that instant, the blood drained from his face. Before him, dozens of windows from the higher spirits burst into existence. The divine beings were incredibly displeased with this entire affair. While he was still frozen in terror at the sight of the celestial comment screens, the main character seized the moment to introduce himself properly. He was Kang Yu Hyun, a storyteller from Celestial Body, Incorporated. The main character was live, and the entire heavens were watching at that very moment. Cho Jung-mo had foolishly assumed he was just dealing with some collector's business manager. Yet, he now saw the truth. The man's humble behavior, his masterful protection of his collector, and his flawless handling of the negotiation. He was unlike any common storyteller. The old man was drowning in pure despair, his mind racing to figure out when this grand plan had been set in motion. But in truth, that wasn't the right question he should have been asking at all. The man before him acted as if he'd seen this entire scenario play out from the very beginning. In this flawlessly executed trap, there were no excuses left, no moves they could make to turn the tables. A bead of cold sweat dripped onto the table. If the association's image was shattered by this, the rumors would cripple the entire organization. Scrambling for an escape, the old man knew he had to find a way out of this corner. He needed a masterful move, some brilliant strategy to break free. This couldn't possibly be checkmate. But looking at our main character, he saw an unnerving calm in the boy's eyes. Then, the crushing realization hit him. He was never a player in this game, just a pawn on the board. He'd been defeated before he even sat down. His body trembled as he tried to stand, but his legs refused to obey. He collapsed back onto the couch, utterly broken. Yuen wore a cheerful smile, and Hyeram simply watched, not having uttered a single word this entire time. Our hero commented that he was glad to see the old man's instincts were still sharp. At that moment, the victory was absolute. Even so, a part of him thought the old man could have been more reckless, giving him an opening to press his advantage even further. But that moment never came. If he had stubbornly refused to yield, the ensuing disgrace would have given our hero so much more to exploit. But the old man was clever, seeming to have aged 10 years in 10 minutes. The old man finally asked what the two of them truly wanted. Yu Hyun stated he'd already made his demands clear. The old man finally caved, agreeing to reward them for clearing the domain. which brought a smile to our hero's face. Satisfied with the negotiations, he turned to his viewers, asking for their thoughts. They roared their approval. A few still clamored for the complete destruction of the association. But they were a small minority with a thirst for chaos. Regardless, he had no plans to disappoint his audience. He was building his own legend, and even so, the donations poured in like a flood. It may not have been a tale of heroism, but the rewards were just as sweet. He stood proudly beside Hiram. He hoped the money would be in their account by day's end. The old man quickly assured him it would be done. But there was one last thing. At these words, Cho Jungmo flinched, nervously asking what else there could be. Seeing the old man's terror, he calmly clarified he just needed him to find someone. The old man's shoulders slumped in relief as he asked who. He was looking for a collector named Choi Doon, but the name didn't ring any bells. Was he certain he was a collector? Our hero admitted he wasn't sure. The details were fuzzy, but the boy should be 18 or 19 years old now. He then gave a full description. In any case, he would be grateful if the old man could look into the boy. He needed information on him, and fast. Did he know anything else? Our hero smirked and said the boy was incredibly arrogant. The day was still young, and Hiram finally let out a breath she didn't realize she was holding. For a moment there, she thought she might actually die from the sheer tension in the room. Our hero praised her for maintaining her composure through the ordeal. She confessed she was terrified of messing up, and that it was completely exhausting. Yoo Hyun warned her to get used to it, as this would become their new normal. She pleaded, asking if she could just go back to her old duties. All she wanted was to avoid these terrifying meetings and enjoy some cake in peace. But he told her that life was over. He explained that everyone in that room was talking about her. Her charm was undeniable, and her fame was about to explode. They were all captivated by her beauty and her powerful presence, just as she demonstrated at the association headquarters. A faint blush colored her cheeks. He continued, promising that soon, she'd enjoy the wealth and adoration that today's victory would bring. Her eyes lit up with excitement. The future suddenly seemed so bright. She offered to treat him to celebrate, but he placed a hand on her shoulder, stopping her. Their work wasn't finished. She asked what else there was to do. But before he could answer, his expression suddenly shifted. Hiram asked what was wrong. He said something urgent had just come up, and he needed to step out for a moment. Confused, she watched as he opened a system window, activated his Genesis teleport, and promised he'd be right back. In a flash of light, she was left alone. Our hero reappeared high above the city, on the edge of a skyscraper. A figure materialized behind him. Yoo Hyun asked who was there, but received only silence. Turning around, he repeated the question. The mysterious man simply scoffed, calling him a rude little brat. The man seemed unimpressed, stating that someone wished to meet him. He then asked if he was the new recruit. He announced that he'd come personally to grant him the honor of joining their pentagram division. Cutting straight through the arrogance, our hero demanded again. Who are you? The man smirked, introducing himself as Jinpong, his new senior. Yoo Hun demanded to know his business, but his question only fueled Jinpong's anger. How dare a mere rookie be so arrogant? I have a name, the main character stated calmly. It's Kang Yoo Hyun. The man recoiled in shock. What did he mean? He already had a name. It had taken him 3 entire weeks to earn his own. And this kid has one right after joining the sheer nerve of him. He spat that the main character's name didn't matter. He was here to invite him to the division. But Yoo Hyun refused without a second thought. Seething with rage, Jinpong asked what he just said. The boy repeated himself, his voice laced with ice. He would not join the association. Hadn't he made that clear? He tried to pull rank, to use his authority, but the main character refused to bow. That kind of power play was useless against him. The blatant disrespect left Jinpong speechless. Yoo Hun asked if he assumed the main character was already in a division, clarifying that he didn't belong to any of them. Not yet. The man was still fuming, ready to explode over his insolence. But the main character didn't let him speak, putting him firmly in his place. To be a senior, you needed a respectable track record. Something Jinpong sorely lacked. He could only wonder how the main character knew his history, but no answer was given. Yoo Hyun added that his little intimidation attempt had failed spectacularly. In fact, it had achieved the complete opposite. To wrap things up, the main character told him to crawl back to his division. and make one thing clear: he would never join a team with someone like him. And he could tell that to his teller as well. If they wanted him so badly, they should at least send someone with a bit of sense. Or better yet, come ask him personally. The man trembled, stunned by the main character's audacity. But he was simply told to get lost. He vanished in a flash of light, leaving behind a thinly veiled threat that hung in the air. Back with Hiram, he could only sigh. Everyone here was just a complete weirdo. She noted his quick return and asked what problem needed solving. But he just brushed it off and changed the topic. It was time. Time to finally get her a proper manager. The main character and Hiram stood before a building called Dike Management. But this wasn't the place he was looking for. He recalled it being somewhere close by. He glanced to the side. And there it was, the place he sought. Hiram looked at it, completely startled. The building looked completely run down. Was he absolutely certain this was the right address? The main character simply said yes. He knocked on the door, calling out to see if anyone was inside. A voice shouted back, telling him to wait just a second. Moments later, the door creaked open, revealing a leg clad in tights. A woman peered out, asking what they wanted. His eyes locked onto her, but he couldn't find the words. It was already too late. No matter what he did now, the broken bond between them could never be fixed. Fragments of a buried past clawed their way into his mind. An image of him running toward a desolate, ruined place. He remembered his own terrified expression as a chilling voice spoke to him. The voice warned him to stay away from someone like her, someone who had lost her humanity. All while that very woman was being held by the throat. Dried blood trickled from her mouth as the voice concluded, promising him an excellent offer he couldn't refuse. Another voice called out from the present, until the woman shouted, "Hello!" finally snapping the main character back to reality. He apologized, thinking to himself that her hair was different now, and yet she was unmistakably the same person from his past life. The woman introduced herself as Baek Soo-hyun, the manager of Becca Management. She asked cheerfully if the two of them were here to join her agency. Yoo-hyun confirmed they were, but only Hiram would be signing on. Soo-hyun's eyes lit up as she looked at Hiram, thinking how cool and beautiful she was. She was thrilled that such a promising collector wanted to join her company. But the main character told her there was no need to pretend. The woman's professional mask immediately dropped, sighing that it was a relief. The image of the cool collector shattered in Soo-hyun's mind, replaced by the reality of a slightly silly girl. Looking at the main character, she noted that Hiram was obviously a collector. But what about him? He challenged her to take a guess. She thought for a moment. If he were a collector, he wouldn't be here looking for a manager. But he didn't feel like he belonged to a clan, either. Taking a shot in the dark, she asked if he was a teller. And with that, she left Yoo-hyun genuinely impressed. Not even the old man had figured it out on the first try. Seeing his expression, she explained that tellers give off a different aura than humans. Despite their appearance, at this moment in time, Baek Soo-hyun was just a small-time CEO of a collector management agency. But when the end of the world begins, that is destined to change. During the apocalypse of his past life, her flawless decision-making became a beacon of hope, leading countless people to safety. She apologized in case she was wrong, but he confirmed her guess was correct, making her even more excited to have both a collector and a teller. The two women began to bond instantly. As Hiram told the story of their first encounter, the main character watched the manager with an intense, almost loving gaze. Interrupting their chat, he asked if they could see the contract now. Her eyes lit up with anticipation. But the main character stated it was time to discuss the conditions. Hiram congratulated Suryeon, but our hero clarified the contract was strictly between the two of them. Moments later, the pact was sealed. Hiram then asked what a manager's duties entailed, and the main character noticed the seeds of a powerful friendship were already taking root. She explained her primary role to provide complete support for collectors so they could focus entirely on their work, organizing their schedules and tasks. The collector admitted that sounded like a huge workload and asked if she had a large staff to handle it. But the answer was shocking: she did everything alone. A hint of frustration touched her voice as she said she should also be driving for the collector, but she'd spent all her funds setting up the office and had no money left for a car, despite having a license. Surin then revealed she also had a license to operate a backhoe and even knew how to weld, prompting a baffled Hiram to ask why. It was her plan B, she explained, in case this venture failed, but she vowed to give it her all, a promise our hero accepted. Getting to his feet, he told her Hiram didn't need her services just yet, as she still had to build a reputation. But she still asked if she could help. He was certain they'd need her soon enough, so he told her to enjoy this peace while it lasted. Because later, there would be no time for rest. As they departed, the main character promised they'd be in touch when the moment was right. She agreed, wishing them the best of luck. But just before leaving, he hesitated, turned, and asked a single, strange question. "Do you have a dream?" The query left her completely bewildered. His mind drifted to his past life, when he asked her what she would do after the Great Tribulation. She'd said she never had a good life to begin with, but if she had to choose, her one desire was simple: to make an insane amount of money. He nodded, understanding completely. This was, without a doubt, the same Baek Soo-yoon he had known from the apocalypse. That brutally honest answer explained why she and Hiram had clicked almost instantly. The two of them were cut from the same cloth. Hiram even commented that it felt like they'd known each other for years, not hours, and she just laughed at how bizarre it all felt. But Yoo-hun knew the truth. In his past life, they had indeed met before, so it wasn't strange at all. It was fate. Meanwhile, in an office buried under a mountain of scattered papers, a furious roar echoed, cursing someone's name. It was that so-called senior, still seething with rage. He swore he would teach that arrogant brat a lesson he'd never forget. Staring at his system screen, he recalled a problem. Yoo-hun was protected by the Genesis system, but there had to be a loophole. After a moment of scheming, a wicked idea sparked in his mind. He'd found a way. 1 week later, people were gathered at a new location. It was the Collector Association headquarters. Just then, Hiram and our hero arrived. A wave of whispers swept through the crowd, recognizing that she had already cleared 4 domains. They were all preparing to enter another domain, this time as a large group. Hiram asked if it was truly that dangerous. The answer was yes. This domain was unlike any they had faced before. Entry was restricted to once every 3 months, and failure meant you could never enter again. She questioned his choice, and he simply replied, "Didn't you become a collector to succeed?" She confirmed her goal, and he told her they shared the same destination. Even if their paths to get there were different, he too was aiming for the very top. Their reasons were their own, and that was all that mattered. They couldn't let mediocre ambitions hold them back. If she truly desired something, she had to pursue it with everything she had, even if her bones shattered and her flesh was torn. "Do you have the resolve for that?" he asked. But before Hiram could answer, a shout pierced the air. "The domain is opening," and the portal began to glow. Our hero told her not to answer now, but one day she would need that answer, for his sake, and for her own. Stepping through the portal, they found themselves atop a massive wall, staring down at an army of cavalry charging towards them. This domain was a full-scale war, and Hiram wondered aloud if they were expected to fight in it. She actually found it thrilling. As the main character observed her through the system window, a commander below roared, "Stop them!" while his soldiers screamed, "Charge!" This was the Ottoman War. The only question was, which one that empire had fought at least 5 major wars against different nations? The defenders screamed that they couldn't fall back, or the enemy would breach the walls. Below, a brutal symphony of clashing steel had already begun. For our hero, the scene triggered a haunting vision of his past life. Images of people running in desperation. He remembered the sheer terror of annihilation. Back then, all he could do was watch, utterly powerless, unable to act. He squeezed his eyes shut, forcing himself back to the present and refusing to be consumed by those dark memories. His focus returned, sharper than ever. He made a silent, unbreakable promise to himself he would never let that happen again. 1 week ago, at the grand headquarters of Celestial Body, Incorporated, the teller who recruited him explained the sacred ceremony awaiting all new members. Most were still just fledgling white orbs of energy, buzzing with confusion. Their initiation would take place in unison with the divine spirits themselves. Our main character, in his new human form, listened intently to every word. The deer-headed senior clarified that they wouldn't actually meet the spirits face to face. They gathered in a magnificent hall, filled with an extravagant feast, as the orb-like tellers floated around, enjoying the banquet. But Yoo-hun stood apart, observing silently from a corner with only a glass of wine. He still wondered how he'd ever managed to enter such an elite company. This was one of the 3 great teller organizations in the entire universe. It was unbelievable that he was standing here today. Through the window, a colossal island floated in the void of space, a shining metropolis among the stars. Suddenly, a voice broke his trance. "What are you doing here?" Yuen glanced down. A small, horned orb was questioning why he wasn't enjoying the party. But our hero was more interested in its horns. Yuen simply stated that he wasn't interested. This answer clearly irritated the little orb, who snapped back. "Don't you dare act like you're better than us." Our hero tried to explain that wasn't his intention, but the orb cut him off. "I'll surpass you in no time." And with that, it sped away. What an interesting character, he mused. Just then, a new group swept into the hall, their powerful figures immediately drawing everyone's attention. They were from another department of Celestial Body, here to officially welcome the newcomers. Everyone was encouraged to enjoy the party, but Yu-hun saw their true purpose. They were here to assess the rookies' performance on their first missions. Hoping to recruit the best, their goal was painfully obvious: to poach the most promising talents for their own departments. This grand hall had just transformed into a recruiter's battlefield. Realizing what a headache it would be to get caught in that mess, our hero planned his escape. But it was too late. A senior spotted him, announcing to everyone, "That's him, the newcomer who transformed the very moment he was reincarnated." In an instant, recruiters swarmed around him, each desperately trying to win him over. The pressure was immense. He smiled, claiming to appreciate the attention, while his mind raced to find a way out of this trap. His eyes scanned the room and locked onto a single figure, someone who seemed completely uninterested in him. An idea sparked. He slipped through the crowd and approached the imposing black and green figure, saying, "You should have told me you'd be here." The man looked at him with clear confusion, but our hero pressed on with his performance, hoping he'd play along. To his surprise, the stranger instantly grasped the situation and went along with the ruse, filling Yuyan with relief. He began to lead the man away, saying they should talk elsewhere. The recruiters watched, assuming he'd already been snatched up. They didn't seem to recognize this powerful stranger, but that didn't matter. Outside, our hero finally let out a breath. "Thank you for helping me escape." The dark teller offered no reaction, his face an unreadable mask. The complete silence was unsettling. Deciding not to wait for an answer, our hero turned his back. "Well, I should go. I'm sure you're busy too." But before Yu-hun could leave, a voice stopped him cold. "That was very amusing." He froze in place. The man spoke again. "I made sure no one could detect my presence. So tell me, how did you manage to see through my concealment?" Nervous, our hero asked, "What are you talking about?" When he looked back, the man's aura was completely different. It was terrifying, overwhelming, with the phantom of a giant green snake coiling behind him. This was bad. This man was unbelievably dangerous. Hiding his fear, he asked, "What do you want?" The man simply replied, "I'm just curious. I don't intend to harm you. Not yet. Now, will you answer my question? How were you able to see me?" The boy took a deep breath. "I didn't actually see you. I saw a book, floating among all the other tellers." By noticing a dark book hovering in mid-air and focusing on it, our hero was able to perceive the man who held it. "It's my ability," Yu-hun explained, as a dark, suffocating smoke pressed in around him, threatening to choke him right there. The man's curiosity grew. "I have a good eye," our hero continued. "I can see things that others can't, and that applied to you." I was a bit unsure at first, but when I looked around and realized no one else had noticed you, I knew I was right. "It's the truth," Yu-hun stated firmly. "I am different from the other tellers." The man let out a low laugh. "Oh, I have definitely noticed that." "In any case, my apologies for approaching you so suddenly." The man clapped his hands, a chilling smile on his face. "Is that all? No. Our meeting was fate, so let's make a little bet." "What kind of bet?" he asked warily. The man's smile widened. "It's simple. You just have to guess who I am. If you are right, you will be rewarded handsomely." Our hero's eyes narrowed. "And what if I'm wrong?" This powerful being declared he would take responsibility for interrupting his amusement. Snatching the grimoire from the air, the main character accepts the wager, knowing full well it was a test he was meant to fail. But when he tried to open the book, it wouldn't budge. An icy dread washed over him. The truth hit him like a physical blow. This man's power was so immense, he couldn't even read his story. He recalled the teller's warning, that the divine spirits themselves would be present. He knew the spirits were there, but hidden from the others. This meant the man before him had to be one of the 5 great divine forces. The Sky of Eden, Eisensoidner of Asgard, Ogdawat of Hermopolis, and the Olympian Pantheon. And above them all was Pandemonium, where the highest-ranked stories resided. Judging by the sinister aura, the book's corrupt design, and the 3-headed serpent on its cover, there was only one answer. Our hero's voice rang out. You are the serpent that corrupts. The red dragon that burns. The one who was closest to the light, only to fall into darkness. The man standing before him was the first-generation divine spirit of Pandemonium. Satan. A dry, chilling laugh echoed. Correct, he chuckled, genuinely impressed. He confessed he never expected the boy to discover his identity and began a slow, deliberate applause. Yu-hoon cautiously asked if he would be spared now. Satan admitted the threat was partly a joke, but our hero had truly surprised him. It would be more fitting to punish myself for losing than to punish you, he claimed. But the boy knew better. He was certain that Monster would have devised a cruel fate had he lost. Still, Satan declared, I lost the bet, and I must fulfill my promise. After a moment's thought, an idea sparked in his eyes. He knew the main character would soon create a library, a fact he quickly confirmed. And so he made a staggering proposal. I will be the sponsor of your library, he offered. What do you say to that? Jan's mind raced, weighing the monumental opportunity. A sponsorship from a being of this magnitude was a chance that could change his destiny forever. Satan extended his hand, ready to seal the pact. The protagonist understood a moment like this would never come again. To take that hand meant there was no turning back. His own hand trembled as he reached out, his mind already made up. Was it truly right to form an alliance with darkness? In that critical instant, he made his choice. My apologies, he declared, but I must decline your offer. The divine spirit's smile faltered. And why? He asked. Would you refuse such a gift? Yuan explained that while the sponsorship was powerful, it would cost him his freedom and earn him the eternal wrath of Eden. A valid concern, Satan conceded. But is the power I offer not worth the risk? It is not enough for me, our hero stated boldly, an answer that ignited Satan's curiosity. The spirits of Pandemonium are beyond compare, especially myself, he boasted. I am one of the 7 executives. A fact that truly tempted the main character. But there was a hidden price. The moment he accepted, his library would belong to Pandemonium, and the ultimate authority would fall to Satan. But Yu Hyun believed in the infinite possibilities of his own stories. The path he was meant to walk was one he had to forge himself. This was the true reason for his refusal. He would not trade his own destiny for borrowed power. I hope you can understand, Yu-hoon began. But a scornful sigh from the demon lord cut him short. Suddenly, Satan burst into roaring laughter, amazed that a mere mortal held ambitions greater than Pandemonium itself. The boy grew tense, trying to insist that wasn't what he meant. Do not worry, Satan reassured him, his eyes gleaming. That was a compliment. You are correct. Had he accepted, his library would have become a mere branch of Pandemonium, forcing him to surrender his own potential. Satan was impressed. The boy was rejecting the easy path to power. It seemed foolish. But it was the kind of foolishness that captured his interest. We will end this conversation here, he announced. I am not so crude as to force my will upon you. The main character asked if that meant he had given up. I'm not so sure, Satan mused. In fact, your defiance has only made me want you more. A chill ran down his spine. In that moment, he felt like a helpless toy in Satan's grasp. As the offer was presented one last time, Yoon stood firm, replying that he sought donations, not a devil's bargain. You are arrogant, Satan stated simply. But for that, I will not punish you. As he began to fade away, he added that it wouldn't be fair to let the boy leave empty-handed after winning their wager. Since you were victorious, you will receive a gift from me soon. He smiled. It was a pleasure meeting you, he said, before vanishing completely. His final, lingering words promised he would be visiting the main character's library in the near future. Model. Yu-hoon's mind was still reeling from everything that just transpired. He glanced at his system window. wondering how much time had truly passed. But he still had to escape the other tellers. He slipped away, finding refuge inside a company library, a sanctuary he never expected to find. It was a realm of perfect silence. With no one hunting him down, he decided to kill some time and lose himself in a book. Just then, a voice cut through the quiet, remarking how strange it was to see a guest wander into this forgotten place. Our main character turned to see who was there, but was met with a blinding light that only deepened his confusion. As his vision cleared, he saw it, a magnificent golden book, floating ethereally above an old man. The tome was massive, and he could only imagine the value of the stories sealed within its pages. The old man's voice finally broke the silence, asking who he was. He mentioned that most people never came here. Yuhun replied that he was a new worker, a fact that seemed to impress the elder. The old man laughed, apologizing for his rudeness. Yuhun's presence was so commanding. He never imagined he was a rookie. And then a flash of recognition crossed his face. The boy asked what the old man was doing here. He simply answered that he was the manager of this place. Yuhun asked if he was an employee, but the old man said no. This library no longer had an official keeper. He had merely volunteered for the duty. Impressed, our main character wondered why someone with such an incredible aura was retired. This man definitely had a legendary past. The elder then asked if he should really be here during the initiation ceremony, and Yuhun confessed he'd been harassed and had to run. The old man let out a hearty laugh, revealing that the very same thing had happened to him in his youth. That must mean, he guessed, that our main character hadn't joined a department yet. Yuhun confirmed it, and stated he planned to keep it that way. The old man's eyes sharpened. Wasn't it terrifying? Choosing such a difficult path? The boy admitted he'd be lying if he said he wasn't afraid, but he had a goal to achieve. A reply that piqued the old man's interest. He observed that our main character possessed a yearning. Seeing Yuhun's confusion, the elder began to explain everything. Tellers aren't born from a womb, but are created with a base level of abilities. When it comes to their desires, however, they are a blank slate. Most of them simply follow what the system and the company command them to do. It is a fundamentally flawed path, a choice to just follow the herd. Unfortunately, most tellers are born without that essential yearning. A teller like Yuhun, who isn't swayed by the words of others, was an extreme rarity. With a twinkle in his eye, the old man decided to show him something truly fascinating. Yuhun was left utterly astonished by what he saw. They were standing in a corridor that stored the very stories that had shaped their world. This was none other than the legendary Hall of Fame of Celestial Body Incorporated. Within these records lay the lives of countless souls. It was an incredible sight to behold. Our protagonist was witnessing history itself, but the corridor seemed to end far too quickly. The old man announced they had reached the end, leaving the main character completely baffled. The old man explained that 30 years ago, the creation of new stories had been completely cut off. He brought Yuhun here so he would remember this place, a hall of legends now tucked away in a dusty corner. Its brilliant stories being forgotten. He admitted that if he ever vanished from this world, he'd be heartbroken knowing no one else would ever see this place again. And that is why our main character was here with him. He was the only teller who had sought out this place, even if it was old and worn down. Our main character admired every last detail. The other tellers were only concerned with earning points and telling the same boring stories. The tales enshrined here belonged to an entirely different generation of greatness. Still, he believed the day would come when stories with this level of brilliance and power would once again be necessary for the world. Yuhun immediately thought that if Dune had lived and completed that challenge, maybe his story would be in this Hall of Fame too. He wanted to become a legend just like that. Our main character called out to the old man, thanking him for this unbelievable experience. The ceremony was ending in 10 seconds. Before being teleported away, he quickly asked the old man for his name. The elder paused for a moment, then said, if Yuhun came to visit this place again, he would tell him his name. Smiling, the boy nodded as the teleportation magic whisked him back to Earth, promising he'd see him again soon. The ceremony had finally ended. A voice screamed Hiram's name, pulling her back to the present. Trapped in the middle of a war, her face was pale with terror. Yuhun's voice cut through the chaos, asking if she could hear him. She replied yes, so he commanded her to stay focused. Hiram asked if this was a real war zone, and he confirmed it. This was the siege that signaled the end of the medieval era and the dawn of the modern age. the battle that brought the Roman Empire to its ruin. They were at the siege of Constantinople. The Roman Empire was about to be destroyed by the Ottomans in this very war. And so we finally understand the gravity of the situation. Hiram asked, just to be sure, if they were on the defending side of the war, the Roman side. Yuhun grimly said yes. He knew this was the very place that would awaken Hiram's abilities and transform her into the Empress of the Sword. This event was absolutely essential for her. With a nervous tremor in her voice, she asked if he was seeing this overwhelming sight. He could feel her fear. He confirmed he was, and she whispered, "Can we actually win this?" The main character stated the grim reality. Not even 500 collectors could hope to win. After all, it was an army of 7,000 against a horde of 150,000. He was worried that 150,000 was just the vanguard. With support troops included, the enemy's numbers exceeded 300,000. Hiram was curious. Why would so many collectors join a fight with such a low chance of survival? Yuhun revealed the truth. More than 2,000 divine spirits were spectating this very battle. This was a legendary opportunity, a stage to showcase their power to spirits who might sponsor them, to turn them into loyal patrons. It was almost certain that spirits from countless other libraries were tuning in to witness the grand spectacle. That revelation sent a jolt of excitement through him. Everyone was here for self-promotion. Failure to impress meant losing their audience. From the outside, it looked like they were all just here to show off for the spirits. But the true objective was conquering this domain. In his past life, the main character recalled that even she had failed to clear it. He knew the immense danger they faced, simply saying, "We can only try." The main character's true goal was to test the current Hiram's limits. She had already surpassed the Sword Empress of his memories. If even a sliver of a chance to clear this domain existed, the risk was worth it. Suddenly, a duo approached Hiram, asking if she intended to fight alone. The man was a dead ringer for an archer-class Shiru Amiya, while the woman had an uncanny resemblance to Nicole. They proposed an alliance with Hume. She turned away without a word, prompting the man to ask if she was going to just ignore them. The girl scoffed, telling him to leave her. She claimed Hiram had grown arrogant after conquering a few domains by herself. But Hiram's thoughts were crystal clear. She knew they were just parasites looking to leech off her strength. It was far better to fight alone than to be burdened by them. A powerful voice suddenly boomed. "Welcome, mercenaries!" All heads turned towards the sound. An old man in radiant golden armor stood there, the undisputed commander of the defense. The man introduced himself as Constantine, Emperor of Rome. He expressed his gratitude to all who had come to aid in the city's defense. But as he spoke, Hiram's mind began to wander. Even though she knew this was all an illusion, a constructed reality, the emperor before her felt overwhelmingly real. After his rousing speech, Constantine declared that all preparations were complete. The siege of Constantinople was about to begin. A system notification appeared. They had but one chance to conquer this domain. Their mission: defend the castle and win the war. The Ottomans roared, screaming that the final battle had come. The duo who had approached Hiram charged to the front, boasting this would be child's play. The man unleashed a powerful magic strike. The ground erupted before them, blasting Ottoman soldiers into the air as he reveled in the destruction. Full of confidence, he arrogantly taunted the soldiers, daring them to come at him. None of the Ottoman troops seemed capable of even scratching the pair, which only fueled his massive ego. Watching this unfold, the main character felt a growing suspicion. Something about this domain felt fundamentally wrong. The man continued to unleash devastating spells, while the woman cut down swaths of soldiers with effortless strikes. But after only a few minutes, sweat beaded on the man's face. He looked forward, and what he saw sent a chill of terror down his spine. An endless, uncountable sea of soldiers still remained. The relentless waves of enemies left him completely stunned. The other collectors were already running on fumes. The divine spirits, sensing a boring and one-sided slaughter, began to lose interest, plunging the collectors into despair. Yu Hyun saw their fatal mistake. They had burned through all of their power right at the start of the defense. But in stark contrast, he saw Hiram fighting with practiced ease, felling one soldier after another. She was still holding her ground magnificently, curious about the bigger picture. The main character decided to check on the other libraries. He entered the teller's room and was met with a scene of utter panic. One of them was screaming about how worthless their collector was for ignoring his advice and exhausting all his resources so early. The divine spirits started leaving scathing comments, driving the tellers deeper into despair. But as they saw the Sword Empress still fighting brilliantly, viewers began migrating to the main character's library. A flood of spirits joined his channel, and the number of viewers skyrocketed to an impressive 512. One of the other tellers noticed the main character calmly working on his story. He scowled, infuriated by what he saw as sheer arrogance. That teller began screaming at his own exhausted collector, ordering him to get back into the fight before they lost more viewers. The two erupted into a bitter argument. Yu Yun saw it clearly. The tide of war was turning, and the exhaustion was becoming critical. Even Hiram was beginning to slow down. Soon, she too would reach her limit, and that would spell disaster. He wondered, what choice would she make when she was finally cornered? A deafening roar tears through the battlefield. Yu Hyun screams a warning. The castle walls have been breached. She whirls around, her eyes wide with disbelief. How could this be happening? They had brought their ultimate weapon, an Orban cannon. Now, the full might of the Ottoman army was charging forward. Panic finally grips the collectors. They're lost, and the cold dread of their own mortality begins to set in. Constantine turns to the mercenaries, his voice a desperate plea for help. Without them, victory was impossible. Hiram knew he was right. They had a duty to protect the people of Rome. She turns to rally the others. But it was too late. Before a single word could escape her lips, their resolve had already shattered, and they were fleeing for their lives. The girl desperately tries to convince them not to abandon the mission, but their minds were already made up. They were going to run. One of them snarls at Hiram. There's a reason this place has never been conquered. He reveals their cowardly strategy: hold out for as long as possible, and then flee. Hiram rejects that path. We can't abandon them. But the collector furiously shouts back, they're just illusions. None of this is real. I don't care about these people. They don't even exist in our world. If you want to stay here and die for a ghost, he spits, then you can die alone. His words shock her to the core. Could collectors truly be this cowardly? Giving up when it mattered most? Every one of them had entered this life seeking glory and recognition. So why were they running from it now? Hiram stands frozen, watching as her comrades vanish into the escape portal. Behind her, the symphony of war rages on, as she wonders what to do. The mission had started so hopefully, with the legendary Constantine pleading with them to be his champions. But soon, the endless tide of the Ottoman army had crushed their courage completely. Everyone fled, consumed by their fear of death. A bitter thought crosses Constantine's mind. He knew they would abandon him in the end. The great emperor gazes upon the desolate battlefield, a hellish loop he has been forced to relive countless times. But even so, he cannot surrender. With a mighty roar, he charges toward the front lines, his loyal army at his back. The fate of this world was already sealed. But even if he wasn't truly alive, how could he stand by and watch his people be slaughtered? If this terrible fate was prophesied, then he would defy it with every fiber of his being, no matter how many times he had to fall. An Ottoman soldier spots the emperor, his cry echoing across the field. Take his head for the Sultan. Constantine knew his time had come again. 2 soldiers were closing in, their blades raised, ready to continue the unending cycle of his demise. But in that instant, something flashes past his face, followed by a massive explosion that shakes the very ground beneath him. He looks up and realizes it was Hiram. She stands before him, her back to the enemy, her somber gaze meeting his in silence. The soldiers recognize her as one of the mercenaries. Is that... Constantine is baffled. Why didn't you flee with your companions? This war is already lost. She steps closer to the emperor, her voice filled with resolve. My fight isn't over yet. I refuse to let you die in vain. He is stunned. All the other mercenaries who came this far had fled to save their own skins. Hiram then asks, do you remember all of them? The old man explains that he is merely a creation of this place. His true self is long gone. He is just a remnant of a memory. That's not true, Hiram insists. You are more than that. To me, you are all human. That is why I chose to stay and help. Constantine stares at her, his voice trembling in disbelief. Do you truly believe that? She meets his gaze. Do you not wish for me to see you that way? Her words pierce his very soul. and a fire ignites in his heart, leaving him speechless. This feeling, it wasn't hatred, nor was it sadness. A smile finally breaks across the old emperor's weary face. "Yes," he breathes. "I want you to see us as human." What he was feeling was joy. He was overwhelmed with gratitude that someone saw them as real people with value and still chose to fight for them. Just then, the Ottoman army lets out a war cry. "We've found a breach strike now." Constantine turns to her. "Can you hold them alone?" "Just for a moment. Once our defenses are set, the enemy will falter." Hiram gives a firm nod, and the Emperor of Rome roars, "Defend our borders." The sight sent chills down the spine. She charged forward. With a brilliant smile on her face, Constantine hails her as their savior as the battle reignites. But as Yu Hyun watches her fight, something strange catches his eye. Hiram's book was glowing with a silver light. She was becoming trapped by her past self. But he prayed she would overcome it. Her story reached 800 viewers, and even the divine spirits were left speechless as she continued to unlock her limitless potential. An Ottoman soldier stood before her, his voice dripping with venom as he damned her to hell. As his blade fell, she dodged in a blur of motion. Steel grazed her neck, but her counterstrike was absolute, felling the soldier in a single heartbeat. A whirlwind of destruction unfolded at her command. And I, watching this saga play out, felt the score swelling in my very soul. One of the main character's rival tellers sneered, asking why he hadn't dismissed his collector yet. They mocked her, saying she must be exhausted. Their condescending remarks continued, a venomous whisper in the air, until the main character silenced them with a single command. He called them out for the idiots they were, leaving the tiger-headed man stunned by the sheer disrespect. "What did you just say?" he growled. Our hero just scoffed, asking if the man was deaf and needed him to spell it out. They had already fled once with their tails between their legs. Were they back to sabotage his library? Or did they simply want him erased? Yu Hoon's irritation spiked. He spat that they were nothing but trash. He wasn't like them, driven by greed, treating his collector like a simple machine for points. The main character then demanded to know what gave them the right to look down on those who possessed true courage. Flustered, the tiger-headed man had no comeback. He could only order his own teller to shut up and remember his place. But behind that aggressive facade, it was clear that Yu Hyun was shaken to his core. Meanwhile, Hiram fought like a demon as the final line of defense crumbled. The Roman soldiers cried out in despair, screaming that it was over. With nowhere left to run, a figure appeared before them in a flash, an impenetrable wall of defiance. In that moment, the desperate soldiers looked upon her as if she were a living saint. Her will was iron. She had to stop this horde, even if she could only take down one more. Yet a question echoed in her soul. Why wasn't she giving up? Why not stop this madness if death or defeat was certain? Shouldn't she flee? The answer wouldn't come. But she knew, deep down, that to run away now would mean losing a part of herself she could never get back. Suddenly, an arrow slammed into her chest. Blood erupted, mingling with the enemy stains already covering her body. A roar of fury ripped through the Roman ranks as they charged the Ottomans with newfound rage. They were incensed that someone had dared to strike down Hiram, who had collapsed to her knees, fighting for every breath. The sight of her fall ignited a fire in the defense force. Even as the Ottomans pressed their unified assault, a Roman soldier fell before Hiram, his eyes wide and lifeless. Panic began to set in as she realized she had actually believed they could win. Overwhelmed by despair, she remembered the pride she felt for being the one who stayed when everyone else had fled. But it had all been for nothing. Tears streamed down her face as she wondered what she was supposed to do now. This display of weakness sent the divine spirits into a frenzy. The comments section exploded with conflicting opinions. Some praised her bravery for lasting so long, while others condemned her for finally breaking. The criticism was small for now, but it was enough to make the main character's blood run cold. For a moment, he considered banning the spirits who dared to criticize her. But he hesitated. If he didn't act, his library could pay the price, lost and unsure. He stared as the flood of comments threatened to overwhelm the broadcast. He looked up, his curiosity piqued. Something was wrong. An unnatural silence had fallen over all the divine spirits. Glancing at the broadcast, he saw the reason why they had all gone quiet. Yu Hyun was in shock. That chilling, smiling gaze from the deepest abyss had just manifested in his library. And he knew exactly who it belonged to: Satan. The Demon King himself asked why the library's atmosphere had grown so heavy. Yu Yun declared that everyone simply got nervous when he arrived. This audacity shocked the spirits, but he pressed on, noting that Satan was late to a very interesting party, his confidence surging back. The main character promised that things were about to get far more entertaining. Satan donated 1,000 points. "Then I trust this will be worth my while." His message read. In the next instant, the main character was pulled into the domain itself. He materialized directly in front of Hiram, who was on her knees, barely holding onto her sword. "It's over," Yu-hun said softly. Exhausted, she forced her head up, her eyes meeting his. He told her she could finally let go. To fight any longer would mean certain death. He praised her, saying she gave everything. But some things are simply beyond one's control. She agreed, her voice barely a whisper. There were some walls that were truly impossible to climb. "So, you're giving up?" he asked. "No," she screamed, the sound raw with frustration. She knew she was being stubborn. She knew it was impossible for her right now. Through her tears, she asked him why he would say something so cruel. She just couldn't bring herself to give up. Not now. Everyone else had called her hopeless. They told her to abandon her dream of being a collector, and she had almost listened. But he had been different. He told her she had a rare talent, a gift others could never possess. And because of him, she had finally begun to grow. This was the very reason she was here. In that moment, Hiram realized this was her true purpose. Rising to her feet, tears still staining her face, she vowed to never surrender again. She was done with running away. Yu-hin declared she was going to die, and she coolly replied that she knew that perfectly well. But even so, she refused to give up. She apologized for it, admitting she was too foolish to surrender, too stubborn in this final, desperate moment. Our main character simply said he understood. But you've already guessed what he was about to do for her, haven't you? An Ottoman soldier lunged from the shadows, roaring for her to die as he swung his sword, calling her a witch. Her body trembled uncontrollably. She had to block the attack, but there was simply no strength left to move. Was this the end of her journey? She started to apologize to the main character, but then Yu-hun's voice cut through the chaos. "This is good." His words stunned her. He stepped directly in front of her. But could he even intervene like this? Wasn't that breaking the rules? What do you think a system screen flashed before him, asking if he wished to disable the Genesis system? He confirmed his choice. This action could never be undone. The Genesis system went offline, and in that same instant, the Ottoman soldier leaped, his blade ready to slice our hero in half. In a flash, a spray of crimson filled the air. With one fluid motion, the main character drew a sword from thin air and dispatched the soldier effortlessly, leaving Hiram in stunned silence. Watching the broadcast, Satan erupted into uncontrollable laughter. What dark schemes were unfolding in that madman's mind? Yu-hyun confessed he'd always wanted to be the hero of his own story, a dream born from youthful regrets and his mother's unwavering faith. All of these feelings were a tangled knot inside of him. But Dune had condemned him to a life plagued by an inferiority complex. His past self believed Dune's poisonous words, feeling utterly worthless. He gave up on his dreams and began working for Cho Do-yoon. But Hiram was different. She stood firm, even in what she believed were her final moments. She held her ground, defiant and beautiful. The main character was certain he had made the right choice. The Ottomans were closing in again. He looked back at her, knowing that to honor her spirit, he couldn't just stand by. Yu-hun raised his sword, ready to protect his collector. She screamed at him, asking if he had gone insane. He could die here, but he simply stated that this was what he had to do. Charging headlong into the enemy horde, he yelled that he was just as stubborn as she was, and began to cut them down with terrifying ease. The system window reported they had surpassed 1/200th of the viewers, and he joked that this was great for the two of them. She laughed at his grim humor, how this bloody stage was a great debut for a nameless actor. Hiram thanked the main character for his help, saying she would entrust the rest of the fight to him. He parried a spear thrust, agreeing that was fine, and in the next moment, commanded the system to open the domain store. Most tellers never interfere in the stories they observe. It's an unspoken rule, a mindset shared by both them and humanity. But were they truly meant to be mere spectators? There were no rules that explicitly forbade them from taking action. Contrary to what many believed, That was the very reason Yuan had stepped onto this battlefield. He would forge a story no one had ever created. He would enter the stage himself. The Ottomans continued their chant to kill the witch. They thought her death would grant them victory, but in the next instant, a cold flash of steel sliced across their necks. The protagonist's blade was a blur. "I won't let that happen," he declared. The soldiers froze, stunned by this new fighter, as the main character roared that no one would get past him. Overwhelmed with gratitude, she began to cast a spell. He had given her the courage she needed, the will to move forward once more. Terror gripped the Ottomans. They could not handle the main character's overwhelming strength. No one could pass him and live, confident and smiling. He declared that's because he was strong, even if he was just one man. Magical inscriptions began to circle around Hiram as she marveled at his courage, giving up his own blessing just to help her. And for that very reason, she would return to the fight. A sword slammed into the ground. It was Yu Hyun's sword. He, too, was reaching his limit. How much more time did she possibly need? Seeing him pause to catch his breath, the enemies charged forward, roaring that this was their chance to claim victory. But before they could even get close, one of them shouted, pointing to the sky and asking what that could possibly be. Yu Hun glanced back, and an impossibly bright light was erupting from Hiram, a sight that left even him completely astonished. The system announced that she had successfully unlocked complete unison between her body and sword. Her expression was deathly serious. A tremendously powerful aura exploded around her as she stepped onto the path of the celestial sword. Terrified by what they were witnessing, the Ottomans turned to retreat, but it was already too late. Hiram brought her sword down with every last bit of her strength. A powerful slash of energy tore past Yu Hun without touching him, leaving a massive trail of pure destruction in its wake. Model. Gazing at her, a thought crossed his mind. He never dreamed she'd become this powerful, this fast. A surge of pride swelled within him. Just then, Emperor Constantine materialized behind them, his voice filled with gratitude for their aid. This victory had bought them precious time against the Ottoman tide. But Yu Hyun's voice cut through the relief, warning it was only a temporary reprieve. The enemy will rally, and this city will fall. Constantine admitted with a heavy heart that their forces were spent. All hope had vanished from the emperor's eyes. But our main character stepped forward, his gaze blazing. "There is still a way," he declared. This war would not end like the others. He knew it. Raising his blade, its edge gleaming with conviction, the main character declared, "We must strike the head of the snake." That was the only path to victory. The old emperor stared back. Is such a thing even possible? Yu Hyun affirmed that it bordered on impossible, but not entirely, especially with Hayram now fighting by their side. For the moment, the massive Ottoman army was in retreat, but their greatest problem remained overwhelming numbers. This would be a suicide mission, with little chance of returning alive. Yu Hyun stated they needed a force of at least 300 men. He turned to the old man, asking if he could provide them, but received only silence. But as the emperor looked to his side, he saw men stepping forward before he even asked. Though weary and wounded, in their eyes, he was still their emperor. Gratitude washed over him. Every soul there was offering their life, their everything, for the protection of their nation. It was a debt he could never hope to repay. He confessed that he'd prayed for the gods' help, but they had remained silent. The responsibility of protecting their home rested on their shoulders alone. In his final plea, he asked these men to defend their homeland to the very end. Only those who chose to join this mission would stay. It was not an order, nor was it a demand. Anyone who wished to leave had the right to decide for themselves. Would anyone accompany their emperor on this kamikaze mission? He bowed his head, eyes closed, as he made his plea. Without hesitation, soldier after soldier stepped forward, moving Constantine to his very core. He offered his deepest thanks to them all. Not a single soul chose to run from this battle. Yu Hyun's voice then rang out. "It's time to go!" And so, their final quest began. Far in the distance, a vast army watched the destruction of Constantinople. Mehmed II, the Sultan of that era, merely scoffed that Dragas refused to give up. Yet, his mind began to wander. Something felt different this time. His reinforcements should have already crushed them. Yet, a stubborn resistance remained. A scout cried out, The Romans are approaching. Constantine, Hyarim, and Yu Hyun led the charge on horseback, the others following on foot. What are they planning? Mehmed wondered. As alarm spread through his ranks, Constantine roared for the attack, and the battle reignited. The archers unleashed their first volley, a rain of arrows darkening the sky, aimed at the small detachment of 300 men. The deadly volley descended, and the old man screamed for someone to stop them. Soldiers and horses alike were struck down. The casualties were catastrophic. It was a senseless slaughter, reminiscent of the legendary 300 Spartans. Hyarim screamed in desperation at the carnage, but our hero's voice cut through her grief. Do not look back. She tried to protest, but he insisted. They came here knowing their fate, to honor them. She must protect their nation, not pity them. If she truly felt the weight of their sacrifice, she must complete this mission, no matter the cost. A path was cleared, allowing Hyarim to break through the army's lines. But behind her, a spear found its mark, killing a soldier in an instant. She glanced back, her eyes wide with terror. The icy grip of despair began to tighten around her heart. She wanted to stop, to help him, but a soldier's cry rang out, calling her their saint. Another soldier shouted that they would hold the line, telling her not to worry about them. This battle is glorious, is it not? Constantine's voice boomed a warning. They've spotted the Sipahi. The elite Ottoman cavalry commanders were approaching. Leaping from his horse, Yu Hyun roared for Hyarim to do the same. They landed on their feet in perfect unison, ready to fight again. They would hold the line here. The main character yelled for Hyarim to keep moving forward without looking back. Rage burned in her eyes. Together, they shattered the cavalry's formation and headed straight for the Sultan himself. One of the Sipahi saw them and panicked. Ranks of soldiers swarmed in to stop their advance, but she tore through them with ease. With a ferocious cry, she massacred everyone in her path, annihilating anyone who dared to block her goal. Fast and unbelievably strong, the pair pushed past countless soldiers. This was a battle for survival. There was no other choice. Their synchronization was flawless. They were there to save everyone else. Yu Hyun bellowed, "We're almost at the Sultan," and they launched another devastating joint attack. In our hero's mind, it was too late for Mehmed II to rally his guard. He spotted a shield on the ground, and an idea sparked. He yelled to Hyarim that he would use it to launch her toward the Sultan. She was confused for a split second, but he had already snatched the shield from the ground, positioning it to be used as a springboard. This was the moment. With a powerful leap, she lands on the shield, and the protagonist launches it skyward with all his might. She soars to an impossible height, far beyond the reach of any soldier or archer. Below, the world could only gaze upward in awe. Jaws dropped as she ascended like a star. Yu Hyun roars for Hyarim to fly. In that instant, she unfurls her wings, becoming a divine angel descending to deliver judgment. My heart is pounding. Everyone! An officer screams for the archers to fire, to stop the angel of death. They scramble to unleash a storm of arrows, a deadly rain meant to tear her from the sky. But she moves like a phantom, weaving through the deadly barrage. She's already closing in on the Sultan to end this war. Watching this divine punishment descend, all Mehmed II could whisper was, incredible. Dragus was his mortal enemy, but even he was moved by this breathtaking sight. A blinding explosion of light engulfs the Sultan's position. When the light fades, Hyarim kneels on the ground, her blade still humming. Mehmed II had been cleaved diagonally in two, a messy end, but a necessary one. Yu Hyun could only stare, completely stunned. To witness such a legendary scene with his own eyes was beyond anything he had ever imagined. The figures on the battlefield begin to fade like mist. Standing tall, Hyarim's expression turns solemn. Raising her sword, she roars, "We have won this battle!" As the spectral Roman soldiers erupt in triumphant cheers, Constantine watches in profound silence, just as stunned as Mehmed had been. Tears of pure joy well in the old emperor's eyes. They had finally achieved their impossible dream. This was the sight he had longed to see. A sea of joyous faces celebrated before him. Hyarim and our main character share a knowing look as the emperor approaches to offer his thanks once more. Removing his helmet, he bows deeply. He swears he will never forget their kindness, even if they are but creations born of this domain. But our main character shakes his head. "You're crying tears of happiness too, aren't you?" The old man looks confused. But the main character insists those feelings are real. He shouldn't diminish himself like that. A simple, heartfelt thank you was more than enough. His words strike a chord, filling Constantine with overwhelming emotion and gratitude. The emperor wishes to reward them, not with mundane riches, but with the highest honor he would grant them titles of knighthood. Yuhan is absolutely shocked, and Hiram asks what's going on. Our hero explains that in ancient Rome, a knight's title held immense power. In a mixed world like theirs, its value was legendary. Being knighted would grant them unimaginable narrative power when telling stories. This was a gift that not even infinite points could buy. In the name of Constantine Dragasis Palaiologos, the old man declares, I grant you the title of Distinguished Knights. An incredible buff to their abilities flashes across their vision. As his form fades, the emperor leaves them with his final words. May pure glory light the path ahead of you both. The soldiers, moved to tears, thank their saintess, vowing to never forget her. With true gratitude in their hearts, they too vanish into light. In the end, Hiram says, a small smile on her face, we accomplished the ultimate goal. Yuhan agrees, still reeling with emotion. She admits she thought they were going to fail, but against all odds, they had done it. A system window blazes to life. They've accomplished a world-first feat no one had ever managed before. Their reward, a staggering 10,000 points. Crying with joy, Hiriam realizes their names would be celebrated forever in the annals of this world, and she bursts into triumphant laughter. The notifications don't stop, as rewards from donations and achievements flood their system logs. The main character, overjoyed, says that no matter what happens from now on, they will always fight side by side. She smiles through her tears, overwhelmed with emotion. That was all that ever mattered to her. Their names would now be etched into the very fabric of this world. Everyone used to call them useless. And for a time, it was true. But not anymore. A book materializes before our hero. His book. This was his very first story, The Tale of the Storyteller and His Sword Empress, a story that would become the foundation for a new legend. The scene shifts, returning us to Bequa management. The CEO is on a call, politely asking how she can help. The person on the other end is demanding an interview, but she explains their schedule is completely full. An interview is simply impossible right now. Watching her, the main character is impressed. Even though she's swamped with work, she handles everything like a seasoned pro. She puts the call on hold for a moment. Yu-hoon, she asks, are you really going to give up your Genesis blessing? Before he can answer, Hiriam throws herself onto his lap, teasing that he's giving it up so she can touch him, much to his annoyance. He tells her to get off, but she pointedly ignores him. Suyun asks if this is dangerous, and he admits it is. But at least he's with Hiram now. Now that they're truly fighting together, he considers her a real collector, just like him. Hiriam is clearly enjoying being so close. She starts boasting about their very close relationship, only to earn a bonk on the head as he tells her to get off him already. Yu-hyun turns his attention back to Suyun, asking if she isn't exhausted from all this. She says she is, but she's thrilled with the workload. She's still in disbelief that the two of them cleared such a notorious domain all by themselves. She never imagined they could pull off something so monumental. Our hero tells her not to accept every single request. She agrees, explaining she has already rejected several powerful clans. But the press is much harder to deal with. They had even received some commercial offers. But the main character immediately tells her to reject them all, unless the deal is truly exceptional. A stream of system messages suddenly floods his vision. After his victory, divine spirits were clamoring to sponsor him, but he dismissed them all with a single thought. While the library's growth was explosive, they needed to establish rules, and fast, before everything spiraled out of control. Though the room was calm, our main character reveals the true gravity of their situation, summoning an apple into his hand. Hyeram asks what it is, but Suryun screams in utter disbelief. Is that the fruit of life? He smirks, noting she knows it well, and she replies that it's her job to know. Yu-yun explains that he received it just after the battle for Constantinople, a revelation that shocks the other spirits. The one who sent it was Satan himself, a clear power play to mark his territory and warn off any other divine beings. Still skeptical, Yam doesn't seem impressed by the fruit, but Suyun insists it's one of the two most legendary fruits in the entire world. Our hero confirms it, though small. It's a treasure that can't be bought, not even for 10 million in gold. But a power like this came with a terrible risk. Consuming it at his current level would cause his body to overload and explode. A gift one couldn't use was a truly malicious move. Just then, a new message pushes through, which is strange, since he had blocked all notifications. The one who resembles shimmering lights requests a private meeting with Yoo-hun. He rises to his feet, announcing he has an important guest to receive and must leave at once. The two girls are left baffled. Before they can stop him, he accepts the request and is instantly teleported away. He materializes in a vast, open space, floating as if in the heavens themselves. This place was on another level entirely. He had never been here, not even in his past life. A voice welcomes him, and as he turns, he's stunned by the presence before him, though its identity is still a mystery. The scene shifts to that pathetic teller who dared to threaten our hero. He's reeling in shock from the news. In utter disbelief, he demands to know how the main character could have possibly conquered Constantinople. It was a feat he himself could never achieve, and the boy did it without his blessing. Desperate, he starts plotting a way to crush this rising star. Otherwise, the department would surely punish him. Then, a wicked thought hits him. Now that the hero no longer has the Genesis blessing, he could attack him without any consequence, even if he couldn't beat the swordswoman. If things went according to his new plan, the entire story would be rewritten. Laughing maniacally, he begins spamming negative comments, slandering the Empress, and calling for the hero's elimination now that he's blessingless. Blinded by vengeance, his only thought is to make the main character pay for so recklessly casting aside his divine protection. We return to Yoo-hun, and the one who summoned him to this secret meeting is revealed it's none other than the Archangel Michael. He thanks our hero for coming, who replies that a direct request from Eden was unexpected, but he saw no reason to refuse. Conjuring a table and chairs from thin air, Michael invites him to sit. The protagonist is impressed by this casual display of immense power. Michael asks if he's not amazed, and our hero replies, "How could I not be? Someone of your status wished to meet me personally." The Archangel notes his calm demeanor, but quickly changes the subject, saying he called him to verify certain rumors. He calmly asks our hero if any particular rumors come to mind, and Yoo-hun knows exactly what this is about. He responds that Michael must be referring to the gift he received from Satan. The two beings had always been arch-enemies, a fact our hero was well aware of. He reassures the Archangel, making it clear that he has no affiliation with Pandemonium, which Michael calls great news. Yoo-hun continues, saying he didn't think Eden would even notice his library. But Michael replies that only fools are swayed by rumors alone. After a proper investigation, he confirmed that our hero has no ties to Pandemonium. But there was something else. He asks if it's true that he and Satan are acquainted. The main character realizes Michael is trying to gauge the depth of their relationship. Yoo-hun then explains how they met, giving a quick summary of what transpired during the rookie teller's initiation. Michael asks, "He gave you the fruit of life simply because of that." The boy explains that Satan seemed interested in him, and that he even had to turn down the Demon King's offer. Michael then asks why he refused. Weren't sponsorships like that incredibly beneficial to tellers? Yoo-hun agrees, but says that people simply have different values. In his case, he felt that his ultimate goal was far more important than any single sponsorship. In the end, that decision only made Satan more intrigued by him. Michael understands, saying he just wanted to confirm the rumor for himself. He says it's safe to assume he's not on Pandemonium's side, but he'll take this opportunity to ask him something directly. Glowing with a brilliant holy light, Michael asks if Yoo-hun would be interested in receiving a sponsorship from Eden. The boy had already anticipated this might happen. After all, the one who came to speak with him wasn't just some angel. It was the Archangel Michael himself. Without question, Eden stood as one of the mightiest divine forces in the entire mixed world. An offer like this was beyond incredible. Yet, our main character stunned the Archangel by refusing. Michael demanded to know why. Yoo-hun explained his reason was unchanged. His ambition soared far beyond any single sponsorship. He had no interest in shackling his library to one faction. The Archangel questioned him. "Will your stories show both good and evil?" It wasn't so simple. Yoo-hun replied. He desired a tale free from all influence. A story the likes of which had never been witnessed. Call it arrogance, if you will. But if Michael doubted his conviction, he was welcome to watch the path he would carve for himself. Wasn't an Archangel curious about the tale spun by a storyteller? The one bold enough to refuse Eden's embrace. His words stirred something within Michael, whose soul craved epic tales. The Archangel leaned in. Are you saying you want both Eden and Pandemonium at the same time? A faint smile touched the main character's lips, but he offered no reply. Rising to his feet, the Archangel declared that Eden would honor his wish. His story had captured Michael's interest, and he would now watch it with great anticipation. Regardless, he wished to show his gratitude for the meeting. Confused, Yu-hun asked what he meant by that. The Archangel's response echoed the very words Satan once spoke to him. It would reflect poorly on Eden to offer nothing in return. An egg materialized in his hands, a personal token of his gratitude. As he urged Yu-hun to accept it, it seemed Yu-hun recognized the artifact, a flicker of unease crossing his face as he took the gift. Back on Earth, he revealed the egg to the girls, who immediately asked if it came from a new patron. They buzzed with curiosity about its contents. Yu-hun guessed it might be a dragon, one that would become his loyal familiar upon hatching. But deep down, his instincts screamed otherwise. It was no dragon. To the Celestials, dragons were symbols of absolute evil. His thoughts were shattered by the sound of cracking. "It's hatching," he yelled, as all three gathered to watch intently. From the broken shell, a tiny owl emerged, one that looked surprisingly like Philo from Shield Hero. He immediately identified it as an owl. The girls were instantly smitten, desperate to shower the creature with affection. The owl wasted no time, flying directly to the top of our protagonist's head, much to Hiram's frustration. She grumbled that the owl must not like her, but the symbolism was crystal clear. Satan's creature was a serpent, and owls are their natural hunters. The message from Eden couldn't be clearer. He then realized the tiny owl, who saw him as its parent, even had its own skill book he could access. Hiram suggested the name Ul, but the others shot it down as a terrible idea, though I honestly couldn't see why. Soryun then turned to the main character, asking what name he would choose for their new companion. He pondered for a moment before deciding on Bekyo, meaning white owl. The little pet seemed to adore the name, striking another adorable pose for the three of them. The scene shifts to a portal, surrounded by a crowd of what looked like collectors. A blonde woman approached a hooded figure. "Did everything go well inside?" she asked. "Not as planned," he replied, "but it will suffice." Suddenly, their conversation was cut short. Hiram and our main character were approaching the domain, and they were instantly recognized. A wave of shock rippled through the crowd. Their legendary reputation had preceded them. Truth be told, the collectors despised Hiram. She ruined their plans by clearing domains outright, instead of farming them for resources. They even called her the Farm Destroyer. A panic set in as they scrambled into the domain, hoping to grab anything before she wiped it clean. Watching the chaos unfold, she smirked. "This just makes me want to clear it faster." He couldn't help but notice she'd grown fond of the title. He asked her to wait a moment and hold Bekyo. He needed to make an announcement before opening the library, and she readily agreed. The moment his library opened, a flood of divine spirits poured in. The viewer count was already approaching 2,500, and he'd gained nearly 1/200th of his subscriber goal. The growth was staggering. He welcomed them all, announcing their arrival. "You are in the library of the Fighter Teller and the Sword Empress." The spirits roared back their greeting. He had barely begun the stream, and already, chaos was erupting. The chat flew by with endless comments, punctuated by a torrent of donations. For a second, he almost missed Satan's iron-fisted moderation. He called for calm, telling them all he had an important announcement. Since managing the library had grown difficult, it was time to establish some new rules in his domain, and the viewers seemed to agree. The rules were simple. No clicks in the library, no mentioning other channels to prevent pointless feuds, and any hate speech would result in an immediate ban. Of course, many viewers complained. One even sent a donation just to announce they were leaving. Yu-hun used that opportunity to ban them on the spot. The divine spirits were overwhelmingly impressed by the protagonist's decisive action. His attitude seemed harsh, but it was a calculated move to establish order. A spirit named the White King of the Sunset Sea donates 1,000 points, saying he'll keep it up, but asks the main character to ease up a bit. But Yu-hun's response was ice cold. "The rules are absolute. There will be no exceptions." Before he could finish, a staggering 10,000-point donation flashed across the screen, asking if that would change things. The other divine spirits stared in shock. Even our protagonist felt a flash of irritation at this behavior. That bastard was trying to control his library with a bribe. The main character stared at the donation, his face unreadable. He analyzed the donor's name. A great power with such a title. Someone who could throw around that many points. It could only be one person. A being from the celestial domain, the White Dragon of the West. He knew famous divine spirits would find his library eventually. He just never expected it to happen this quickly. Yu-hun calmly acknowledged him. To think one of the 4 sea dragons is in my library, which made the donor swell with arrogance. Another 10,000 points rained down. Then don't be so harsh, the dragon's message read. The main character let out a soft chuckle, his tone questioning. What exactly do you mean by moderately? But just as quickly, his expression turned to stone. I cannot do that. A dead silence fell over the divine spirits. The king of the Sunset Sea shot back. What is that supposed to mean? The main character's reply was even sharper. No means no. Was my answer not clear enough? A third 10,000-point donation slammed through. The king demanding how much it would cost for the storyteller to bow his head. His pride had been shattered. But Yu-hun remained unmoved. No matter how much he donated, he would never make an exception to the rules he himself had created. He couldn't be bribed with points, bent by power, or swayed by authority. Nothing would change his decision. The divine spirit's fury exploded at this defiance. But all the main character said was, accept it or leave my stream. Back in the real world, Hyam noticed an ominous red light glowing above her and the main character's pet, wondering what it could be. Noticing the sky bleed crimson, the MC knew at once. The dragon was so enraged his power was leaking across dimensions. Suddenly, the Genesis system activated. A powerful red lightning bolt tore through the sky, striking reality itself. As long as this system exists, no divine spirit can unleash their power so recklessly. A new 10,000-point donation arrived with the Sea King's message. All you have to do is crawl like I want. Money buys everything. He spammed more 10,000-point donations, asking if it was enough yet. But the main character didn't even flinch. Instead, he simply opened the block window, thanking him for the donations. You made a hateful comment toward the storyteller, he declared. So you will now be upgraded to blocked by the library. The system confirmed the King of the Sunset Sea had been removed, leaving the other spirits stunned. But the main character simply smiled. He said, rules are rules. If everyone follows them, things will be better. But suddenly, another flash of crimson light appeared. A red message materialized behind him, screaming and calling him a bastard as lightning erupted from it. The divine spirit had returned. The main character was shocked. How did he bypass the system block? Wielding that kind of power was both incredible and terrifying. Yu-hun stood his ground. I understand your anger, but you have crossed a line. This only enraged the White Dragon further, who unleashed a torrent of insults at the main character. Being banned after such large donations was a humiliation he could not tolerate, and he made a clear threat. Calmly, the main character replied, I have never insulted the 36 heavens, let alone the White Dragon of the West. I only removed a guest who violated a rule. The divine spirit roared, How dare you speak to me like that? Just then, a new window appeared. Michael had entered the library. He sent a 100-point donation asking, What's going on? Both Yu-hun and the dragon were confused to see him, and the Genesis system activated once again. The system announced that an anomaly had been detected and was now confirming the target. The target was the White Dragon for using an excessive amount of power. According to system rules, a standard procedure would be initiated. A bolt of cosmic lightning slammed into the divine spirit's window, making him scream in agony. This left the main character breathless. The system was powerful enough to subdue one of the strongest spirits in the entire mixed world. Finally, the King of the Sunset Sea was forcibly expelled from Yu-hun's library, and the system window vanished without a trace. Despite the chaos, the main character was unfazed. Following the rules prevents incidents. Anyone with complaints may speak now. Not a single one of them dared to go against the library's rules. Many were still watching Michael's name in silence. The angel's presence had a profound effect on them. He was a being they had to hire. He announces that with no more complaints, they can proceed. Today, they would be clearing another domain. But tackling another Constantinople-level challenge would be overkill. So today's target would be an easier one, much to the spirit's disappointment. He tells them to cut it out. They don't enter these domains just for fun, and besides, everyone was happy to see them. Once their preparations were complete, they stepped into a forest known as the Theodylent Wetlands. This place was a world away from the domains they usually conquered, a fact the spirits readily agreed with. First things first, they had to locate the area's boundary line. The main character decided he and Hiram would handle the briefing. But before they could even begin, a voice called out to them, forcing them both to turn and face the newcomers. 4 other collectors stood there. Their apparent leader stepped forward, asking if their 2 groups could hunt together. He then asked if it was just the 2 of them, to which our hero confirmed. The man explained they usually hunt as a party of 6, but they'd lost 2 companions under difficult circumstances. Hunting with only 4 was proving to be a challenge. A wave of suspicion washed over Hiram. It was as if this group had no idea who they were talking to. Had they truly never heard the rumors, or her infamous nickname? They were here for a full clear, a complete conquest. Teaming up with simple farmers was a terrible idea. She was about to turn them down flat, but the main character stepped in, a grin on his face. "Perfect, actually," he said. "We were just looking for a team." Hiram stared at the group, utterly baffled by his decision. As she looked closer, her eyes locked onto a stunning blonde woman among them. Her thoughts began to spiral. A blonde. She's gorgeous. With a figure like that? Hiram's nerves frayed, forcing herself to admit the woman was a true beauty, and her partner had never once reacted, even when she had initiated contact with him. Panic set in. Could this be the type of woman Yu-hoon was into? Her jealousy was so obvious, it was almost comical. After the deal was struck, the main character called over to his collector, who had instantly snapped back into her serious persona. With a terrifyingly cold expression, she declared it was a pleasure to meet them. Her tone left the other party's leader visibly unsettled. The group excused themselves to grab their gear, and our hero simply told them he'd wait right there. A satisfied smirk crossed his face as he turned to the still pouting Hiram. "I understand," she said icily. "Everyone has their own tastes." Oh, she was definitely annoyed. Her eyes started to well up with tears. "If I just went on a diet, I could look like that too," she mumbled. But he was completely oblivious, telling her to knock it off. Suddenly, Yuen closed the distance between them, making her flustered. Blushing, she stammered, "You really want to do this? Here." Not that she was complaining, but all the divine spirits were watching them. He ignored her ridiculous fantasy and lowered his voice. "Listen carefully. That group, they're corpse looters." The words hit her like a physical blow, leaving her speechless. The scene cuts away, revealing that very group looting the body of a fallen collector. Could this have been one of the 2 members they claimed to have lost? Their leader looked quite pleased with the treasures they pulled from the corpse. These vultures made their living by preying on the dead, stealing stories and relics from other collectors because they were too weak to earn their own. Hiram's mind raced. "So they approached us just to steal our stories when we're down." "It's worse than that," he replied grimly. "Among those looters aren't just thieves. There are murderers, too." They were the kind of people who hunted not for glory, but for the thrill of the kill. A chill ran down her spine as she realized he was right. But one question remained. How did he know? How did he identify them as corpse scavengers? Even the divine spirits leaned in, curious for the answer. He recalled the leader's words. It was hard to hunt in a group of 4. Yet their clothes were pristine, far too clean for people struggling in a hunt. This place was a swamp. The murky water reached their knees. A single step would send mud flying everywhere. There was no way they should have been that spotless. Even stranger was how they acted like they had no clue who they were. And even if they were that ignorant, their actions were still reckless. To walk up to 2 total strangers and ask to party up. It was beyond suspicious. "So why didn't you just say no?" she asked. A wicked grin spread across his face. "And where's the fun in that?" He then addressed the spirits directly. "These villains approached us, thinking we were easy prey. When people like that show up, do we just run away? What would all of you have done in my place?" A roar of agreement echoed from the spirits, Miguel included. They all demanded the same thing: crush those villains without mercy. The plan was simple. They would play the part of clueless newcomers, do exactly what the villains expected, and then, when the time was right, they would strike. Now, wouldn't that make for an epic story? Hiram was skeptical. Can we really fool them so easily? He countered with a question of his own. Do you know what kind of person is the easiest to deceive? The answer was profound. Those who are arrogant enough to think they know everything, and those who believe that what they see is all the world has to offer. They were the kind drenched in superiority, who believed their knowledge was the only truth in the world. And that was Yuan's favorite type of prey. A wandering monster is discovered and immediately annihilated. The ghoul leader praises Hiram for the clean, one-shot kill. The blonde girl quickly joins in, nervously flattering her as well. The leader couldn't comprehend the Sword Empress's bottomless stamina. It was as if hunting monsters never tired her out at all. Yuan began to slip away, but the leader called out, asking where he was going. Our hero replied that he had to take care of something. Believing he was just taking a bathroom break, the leader warned it was dangerous to go alone and ordered a boy named Yong-won to accompany him. Startled, the silver-haired boy nervously accepted the order and agreed to go. Yu-hyun watched the exchange without a word. He offered no objection. Through telepathy, he sent Hiram a message. They'll make their move now that we're separated. Stay sharp and intervene if necessary. As the two walked away from the group, Yong-won was visibly uneasy, radiating pure anxiety. Noticing his tense demeanor, our hero asked if something was wrong, which only made the boy flinch in fear. Yu-hyun told him he could speak freely, all while thinking to himself, I already know everything. He recalled from his knowledge that the three with Hiram were utter scum. This boy, however, he seemed different. He seemed normal. With a trembling voice, he asked if he was indeed Yu-hyun. Then, he whispered desperately, You have to run. Get as far away as you can. This selfless act surprised the divine spirits. Sweating profusely, he revealed that the other three were assassins, and he'd been forced to cooperate with them after they suggested targeting 2 more people. He tried to refuse, but he knew Woo-hun would have killed him on the spot. In the end, he was trapped. Wanting to save them, he begged Yu-hyun to escape, promising to lie and say he'd killed him to buy them both time. But our hero wasn't afraid. He was intrigued. Who on earth wanted them eliminated? The boy explained that a member of a famous division had placed the request, which only piqued our hero's interest. The divine spirits were moved by the boy's sincere attempt to help them. Even Yu-hyun was pleased by his courage. Instead of fleeing, Yu-hyun decided to stay put, which terrified the boy. Don't worry, the main character explained. I was already aware of the situation. Panic flashed in the boy's eyes. But our hero's calm voice reassured him, telling him he had nothing to worry about. You've proven you're a good person. Just as Yong-won was about to ask if the Sword Empress would be all right, a scream echoed from her location. Our hero simply stated, I think it's almost over. When they arrived, they found the 3 assassins sprawled on the ground like heaps of garbage. Yong-won was in absolute shock. How could she defeat 3 collectors all by herself? Yu-hyun calmly noted there wasn't even a need to tie them up. He looked at her, a hint of admiration in his eyes. He expected her to feign weakness, but instead, she had followed his command perfectly. As the 3 began to regain consciousness, our hero told them to get up. After all, the Empress hadn't even killed them. Woo-hun's dazed mind slowly cleared, until he saw Yong-won standing there, completely unharmed. He roared at the boy, accusing him of betrayal. Did you rat us out, you traitor? But he was met with silence. As Woo-hun continued to hurl insults, Yu-hyun stepped calmly in front of the frightened boy. Our hero brought his foot down on the leader's arm, causing him to scream in pure agony. Now, he began, let me explain your situation. You are Baek Woo-yoon, a Class 7 collector, wanted for the murder of more than 10 people and numerous other crimes. Your mission was to eliminate a nameless man and the Sword Empress. Am I correct? Which brings me to the important question. Who hired you, panting? The man tried to act tough, spitting that he wouldn't say a word. Yu-hyun just smiled. Are you not afraid of the law? The worst you can do is throw me in jail, he yelled. The divine spirits urged our hero to just eliminate the criminal on the spot. Our main character said nothing. This emboldened Woo-hun, who began to shout his threats even louder, until he was cut short. In a flash of cold steel, Yu-hyun drew his sword and ran it through the assassin beside Woo-hun without the slightest hesitation. Baek's eyes widened in confusion as he looked at his fallen comrade. Our hero just smiled. That's enough.
Horror seized the remaining two as they watched their companion's lifeless body sink into the domain's murky swamp.
They were gripped by absolute terror, screaming and begging for mercy. But he only met their pleas with a chilling, silent smile. The girl began to shriek, desperately pleading that it wasn't her fault, that he was the one who forced her to do it. But just as he raised his sword to strike, Hiram grabbed his arm. He glanced at her, wondering if she saw him as some kind of monster. But she drew her blade as well, with a single, diagonal arc of steel. She cut down the other girl, sending a spray of crimson across the ground as she collapsed. Lifeless, Yoo Hyun could only watch, his mind struggling to process the brutal scene. He didn't realize her true motive was to unleash her venomous jealousy on the girl. A thought that made me chuckle. Satisfied, the main character admitted he might have underestimated her. Meanwhile, Woo Hyun stared at his former companion, his face a mask of pure horror. Kim simply stated that she would take care of him now. Magnificent, isn't it, approaching Woo Hyun with slow, deliberate steps? She revealed that she'd had an epiphany during the Battle of Constantinople. The one thing she needed to do to reach her goal was to be ready to do absolutely anything. A desperate scream tore from the man's throat, pleading to be spared. Realizing his fate was sealed, he began a desperate attempt to bargain for his life. Pathetic, like every other bandit, Woo Hyun snarled that they would regret killing him. Our main character scoffed, asking what right he had to negotiate anything. Still grasping for leverage, the man threatened that if they killed him there, they would never discover which teller had hired him. Yoo Hyun's voice was ice. It was Jinpong, from the Pentagram Division of Celestial Body. Hearing that name, all hope drained from Woo Hyun's face. In utter despair, the man stammered, "How did you know?" The main character simply asked if he truly thought their little secret deal was beyond his reach. Turning his back on the pathetic display, Yoo Hyun declared he would leave the rest to her. And once again, her blade was painted in crimson. His screams intensified, begging her to stay away, crying out for anyone at all, to help him. Woo Hyun shrieked for Yong-won, begging for his help. But the boy was frozen, paralyzed by the horror unfolding before his very eyes. Unwavering, Hiram stood before the fool who dared to harm her and her future beloved. And yes, I am already rooting for them to get together. Tears streamed down Woo Hyun's face. He knew, in that moment, there was no turning back. His final sight was of the main characters retreating back. And when he glanced over, his face was twisted into a grotesque, psychopathic smile. Then finally, with a single, fluid swing of the sword, his head was severed from his body. A chilling satisfaction washed over Yoo Hyun. Watching the downfall of those who believed themselves superior, who looked down on others, was a deeply gratifying pleasure. He knew it was a distorted form of justice, but it was now an unavoidable part of his human nature, an indelible scar left upon his soul after surviving that hellish first world. It might seem strange, but he couldn't help it. This was who he had become, and he was reveling in every moment of it. Looking toward the heavens, the main character simply said he hoped that Jinpong from the Pentagram Division would entertain him as much as these three just did. The divine spirits buzzed with excitement, calling the story spectacular, though some always craved more. Yong-won could only watch, stunned, as he stumbled backward. His mind couldn't process what he had just witnessed. Woo Hyun's severed head lay beside him, a sight so horrifying it forced him to vomit from disgust and despair. The two warriors looked down on him as he began to question everything he had done. For the first time in his life, he thought he could actually help someone, and this was the result. To think his supposed courage meant nothing, that he had been deceived by them from the very beginning. He finally looked up and demanded, "Why?"
Screaming at the two of them, he asked why they killed his companions. But the main character's reply was simple. If they hadn't, they would have died instead.
Yong-won shouted that if they had just run away, nobody would have had to die. But it all felt like a twisted joke to him. "Tellers don't care about humans," he yelled. "You don't know anything. You've never had to suffer. You have nothing to fight for. That's why you don't care." Yoo Hyun replied that everyone has a unique role to play in life. They had simply refused their role because they wanted more. And so they risked their lives chasing that desire. To Yong-won, it might seem like they were chosen, but in truth, they were just like the boy standing right there. Trembling and crying, the boy asked why he was the way he was.
Yoo-hun answered that he had accepted his reality, while they were busy chasing a reality they wanted to create.
Furious, the boy shouted, asking what he could possibly do if all his efforts ended in failure, no matter how hard he tried. Yuen watched the boy's desperation, but simply stated that the human world is small.
He explained that people get confused, believing everything they see and feel is all that exists. And when someone labels them a failure, they accept it as the truth of the world.
He only thinks that's the whole truth because his focus is entirely on himself. The boy still seemed confused by these words. The main character explained that the real world doesn't care about him. It doesn't blame him for anything. It doesn't even know he exists, nor does it try to. If he wants to change things, he must first start by changing his view of the world around him, and then show others who he really is. It might be difficult, but it's a much better path than simply giving up on what he wants without even trying. After that speech, he decided to leave. Hiram asked if it was okay to leave him like that, but the main character said it was fine. That boy would be okay. Meanwhile, Hiram cut a path of destruction through the domain until they reached the final boss, a creature named Leprosy.
With a single explosive leap, she launched herself over the monster, ending it with one clean strike from above.
The victory felt almost too easy. A flood of rewards appeared, including the story of the weed puller and the boss's precious resin. As the domain began to dissolve into light, something caught the girl's eye. She noted how clearing a domain cleanses you of all the battle's grime, leaving only your wounds and rewards. It was a strange phenomenon, how all the filth just vanished into thin air. He simply explained that everything disappears, except the scars of battle and the spoils of victory. But she quickly changed the subject, pointing out that he seemed to be lost in his own world. The main character's mind was reeling. He'd always believed people couldn't change, but seeing that boy's book, it had shattered his conviction. Maybe, just maybe, some people really could defy their own fate. He brushed off her concern, announcing it was time to leave. Emerging back into reality, they were met with the sound of wailing collectors, crying over their missed opportunity. The divine spirits seemed to enjoy the mortals' despair, as they shamelessly demanded compensation for their loss. Unfazed by the drama, our hero declared he had gotten what he came for, and motioned for Hiram to follow. Back at Sir Yoon's company, Hiram finally relaxed, admitting her exhaustion, while another girl asked how their work had been. "Nothing special," Hiram replied. "But we did get a ton of rewards for a full clear." Intrigued, the main character asked to see her status window, and she immediately complied. But as he scanned the data, a frown creased his brow. Noticing his expression, she asked what was wrong. "It's all too vague," he muttered. Her abilities were listed in the most basic terms, a stark contrast to the explosive rate at which she was growing. She agreed it was odd, but he saw it as a critical problem. It kept them completely in the dark about her true potential. In his past life, he remembered status windows being far more detailed. This was dangerously different. He asked her, "Imagine you trained for years, only to see this. How would you feel?" Her answer was one word: desperate. That was it. The system was designed to demotivate collectors with unclear progress. There was a puppet master pulling the strings. Until this moment, he thought the apocalypse was born from lazy collectors. But now, he suspected a much deeper conspiracy. It was just a theory for now. But if someone was truly manipulating events from the shadows, things were about to get very interesting.
A low laugh escaped his lips. Hiram heard it, and a flicker of concern crossed her face.
He assured her it was nothing, but a cold resolve formed in his mind. Let the Shadow Masters come for him. He would truly savor the moment he brought their entire world crashing down around them. Just then, Sir Yoon returned from a meeting with several magazines. She had big news. "You're doing an interview soon." Hiram immediately began to panic, but our hero calmly explained that it was time she stepped into the spotlight. "Top collectors are celebrities," he stated. "This is just part of the game." An interview was the perfect way to build her name, but she stubbornly refused, annoyed by the very idea. He cut through her complaints with a single statement: "The money will flow like a waterfall." Her attitude flipped in an instant. "How much?" Yoon smirked. "A few $100,000 would be a low-ball offer." Hiram instantly agreed to everything. Changing the subject, Sir Yoon asked what he was working on. He replied simply, "A weapon." Hiram looked confused. It just seemed like a cheap, old sword from the system shop, and he agreed that's what it looked like. He told her to open her system window and read the item's true information. Her eyes widened. It says, Ancient Sword of Salio.
Was that name supposed to mean something?
He explained that Salio was legendary in the mixed world, an empire that made history with its magical engineering. That sword was a relic from their time. This was knowledge from his past life, a truth the current world had not yet discovered. It was a hidden piece, impossible to find in any domain. He then pivoted, telling Hiram it was time to train her main attack skill, leaving her baffled. Pointing at her, he declared, You're about to become a mid-class collector. You need a skill that can match your power. She had effortlessly skipped a process that takes most. Collectors' years of blood, sweat, and tears to achieve, growing at a monstrous pace. To survive, she needed a story. One powerful enough to rival mid or even high-level techniques. Suryun questioned the cost of such a tale, but he just smirked, revealing a way to get them for next to nothing. He told her to open the shop and find a low-level story Thundersteps.
She located it instantly, the price tag a mere 100 points. Next on his list was the internal skill Thunder Berserker. And finally, the low-level story, Storm Fury.
Hiram was ready to purchase all three, but Suryun interjected. Weren't these skills known for being utter trash? The speed from Thundersteps was completely uncontrollable.
The Thunder Berserker art was so volatile, it twisted the user's body into agonizing shapes.
And as for Thunder Fury, an utterly worthless sword style. Together, they were infamously known as the Three Useless Brothers. Hiram's face paled with shock. Was it truly safe to learn techniques like these? He simply met her gaze and asked, Do you not trust me? That was all it took. She bought them without hesitation, her faith in him absolute. With the skills acquired, she asked if she should learn them all at once, and then integrated them into her soul. Suddenly, wild arcs of lightning erupted from her body. The raw power startled Suryun, while the main character moved instantly, stepping directly in front of her. He thrust his sword into the chaotic energy pouring from her body, and the blade began to writhe and transform before their very eyes.
Suryun recoiled in fear at the impossible sight. The weapon was reborn, a completely different sword. Even he was impressed by its new form, stunned. The girl asked if this was the sword's original form. He handed it to her carefully, warning her about the lingering lightning. Gazing at the blade, he thought to himself that he'd heard rumors of its beauty, but seeing it in person was something else entirely. Hiram's entire presence had shifted. Her posture was firm, her aura powerful. She had finally absorbed the stories she bought. He asked if she felt any discomfort, but she simply replied that she felt nothing out of the ordinary. Now, the time had come. He told her to open her status window and witness the result of combining those three failed stories. The three lightning skills had vanished from her talent tree. In their place, a new name glowed with immense power. Celestial Lightning Sword. This was a hidden piece, a technique that would let her command lightning from the very heavens. It was a skill that surpassed any high-rank art. Overwhelmed with admiration, Hiram lunged forward to hug him, but he saw the move coming and sidestepped with impossible grace. He explained that he couldn't touch her until she learned to control the lightning, or he'd be electrocuted. Hearing this, the girl's eyes filled with tears. Composing herself, she asked how he knew about a hidden piece like this. If the spirits had seen it, they would have been ecstatic. But that was exactly the issue. It was best to unlock it away from prying eyes. Otherwise, too many questions would be raised, which would be problematic. He explained simply that he didn't want the trouble that would follow. He told her to forget it for now, tossing the sword back so she could absorb its lightning. Instantly, without any effort from her, the sword began to drink the wild aura from her body, a sight that immediately caught Suryun's attention. Grabbing his arm firmly, she demanded to speak with him in private. This time, he didn't even try to escape. What a rascal. Annoyed, she asked if he just used Hiram as a battery to create the sword. He just replied that it worked, and it was all to help her. He found her concern curious. She trembled slightly, insisting she was just worried something might go terribly wrong. After all, if anything happened to the girl, her entire office could be reduced to ashes. Clearly, she was only worried about the money. Still irritated, she warned him to inform her in advance if he ever planned to pull a stunt like that again. Her warning was a stark reminder that this girl wasn't normal either. Just then, a system message chimed, surprising him. The sender was the old man from the association.
The message was short and direct. He had found Do-yoon. The main character's demeanor shifted instantly. He had to leave. He told Hyeram not to move away from the sword, as he had something to settle right away. As he raced toward the association, his mind swirled with questions. Why was he even going? He had no logical reason to get involved with that man. So why this obsession? Would he feel rage upon seeing him? Or was it possible he might feel nothing at all? Either way, he knew he had to meet him at least once. Arriving at the location, he said he wanted to speak with Jungmo. But before the receptionist could call, the old man was already there, asking the boy to come with him, startling them both. Alone inside the quiet meeting room, Jungmo cut straight to the point, asking what the main character's relationship with Cho Do-yoon was. Yoo-hun replied that he didn't know him personally, only through rumors. This answer seemed to satisfy the old man.
Tucking his hands into his robes, he said that thanks to the information our hero had provided, investigating the boy hadn't been difficult at all.
He then produced a photograph, handing it over. Is this the Cho Do-yoon you're looking for?
A storm of emotion crashed over the main character. Yes, that's him, he shouted, his voice shaking as he asked where he was now.
The old man's expression grew grim. He began to explain that 10 years ago, on the day of unification when Earth joined the mixed world. Something happened. There was no trace, not a single clue, to where the boy had gone. He had simply disappeared, leaving our main character reeling from the shock. The fact that Cho Do-yoon was gone, it just wouldn't sink in. The old man revealed a stunning truth. He was one of the disappeared, from the 99 days of revolution.
When Earth fused with the new world, a cataclysmic collision occurred. Reality itself shattered, and the stories we called myths became flesh.
They named it the Day of Unification. But was it a union or a hostile takeover, as if Earth was forcibly drafted into some cosmic syndicate? On that day, millions vanished from the face of the planet. To this day, the cause remains a chilling mystery. The whispers said they were spirited away to another dimension. The only proof: the few who returned, as cold, lifeless corpses. And those who made it back alive were no longer human. They were monsters. In the future, some would return with their sanity intact, hailed as returnees from another world.
But that time had not yet come.
Looking at the photo, our main character realized Chu-yoon's disappearance was no coincidence. Was it tied to his previous life? The incredible power and judgment he'd wielded at World's End had been forged in the crucible of that other world's rules. His thoughts were cut short by the old man's words. Dune has a mother. The statement sent a jolt of confusion through the boy. She's been searching for him since the day he was taken, he explained. And now she wants to meet you. Yoo-hyun's eyes widened. The old man leaned in and asked, Are you interested in meeting her?
Of course she would want to meet him. After years of desperate searching, he might be the only clue to her son's fate.
Standing, he declared, I will meet her, but later. If I need your help again, I'll ask. The old man nodded. For you, any time. He clutched the photo tighter. A chilling question surfaced in his mind. Were his own parents still alive in this reality? He was terrified of the answer. If he existed here, then what happened to the original him? Could there be another Kang Yoo-hun walking this earth? If there was, could he still call them his parents? How would they react to a teller wearing their son's face?
What if they saw him as an imposter? A voice suddenly shouted his name, yanking him back to reality.
Hyeram stood before him, sword in hand. What are you doing here? He asked, noticing the blush on her cheeks. She admitted, You looked so troubled when you left. I was worried about you.
He apologized for his abrupt departure, assuring her he was fine. It wasn't as serious as she feared. You do look better now, she said, relieved. The girl invited him back to the office, but he remained still, a confused look on his face.
Curious, she asked. Is there still something you have to do? Yoo-hun didn't answer right away. He had sworn to become the protagonist of his own story in this life, and the ones who ignited that flame were his parents. So even if they rejected him, he had no reason to be afraid, no reason to run from his destiny. Yes, Yoo-hun said. Would you like to come with me?
The girl's face lit up with excitement.
Where are we going? A faint smile touched his lips. We're going to meet my saviors, because no matter what happens, they are still my parents.
On the bus, Hyeram commented that he was truly an interesting person, a teller who kept to himself, with a past shrouded in mystery.
Yu-hun claimed she was wrong, but she didn't believe him for a second. "One day," she said, "you'll tell me your story." She then asked who these amazing people he called saviors were. Yu-hun agreed. "They really are amazing." His answer made Hiram wonder. What kind of people could make him speak with such profound respect? She desperately wanted to uncover the secrets of his past. Looking at the girl, a question formed in his mind. Did Hiram have a family? He could find the answer in her book of life, but he chose a better way. The boy asked her directly, "Hiram, do you have a family?" She playfully asked if he was interested in her, but he quickly denied it. "It's okay if you don't want to answer." She admitted she only asked because she was happy he'd shown an interest. Then she said it. "I don't have any family." The words surprised him. With a sad smile, she continued, "I had one, a long time ago, but my father ran away right after I was born. I can't even remember his face. Maybe that's why my mother abused me so much," she whispered. "She always said I wasn't her daughter, until the day the tragedy happened. I was coming home, and when I opened the door, I saw an unforgettable scene. My mother was hanging from the ceiling, lifeless. She had erased herself. After that, not much else happened. Eventually, I ended up in an orphanage," she said, her voice hollow. "The other kids bullied me relentlessly because I was shy." Yu-hun was completely shocked. She was about to say it was okay now, that he had changed her life for the better, but he suddenly shouted her name. With a forced smile, she asked what was wrong, but he just shook his head and said, "It's nothing. Your life has been very hard, too." The girl insisted she didn't care about the past. Thanks to him, she'd found what she wanted to do with her life. She was no longer a failure. But looking at her so closely, he could see the cracks in her armor. She looked like she was on the verge of shattering. The Sword Empress he knew from the future was nothing like this. But the truth was, he never had the chance to know the girl she was. Before she became a legend, he didn't dare compare them. Her entire world was hanging on his next words. This girl's life could be completely rewritten by his choice. So he reassures her, promising to never abandon her, to never leave her side. A deep blush crept across her face as she smiled, promising the very same. I must admit, these two are pretty cute. At last, they reached their designated bus stop. But the sight of this place drained all the color from our hero's face. He recognized it all. The familiar ghosts of his childhood. Everything was exactly as he remembered. The only thing out of place was him. That was the playground he'd always hide in when skipping class. His mother always knew exactly where to find him. A sharp voice cuts through the air, scolding a girl named Kang Yura for skipping class again. The girl just yells back that she'll go tomorrow. She storms right past him, and as their eyes meet, our main character freezes in utter shock. This was impossible. Living proof that the multiverse was real, because staring back at him was his female counterpart, leaving him dazed and confused. The girl and Yu-hyun stared, locked in mutual disbelief. Just then, that sharp voice called out Yura's name once more. The voice lectured that anyone who runs from their responsibilities can never hope to succeed. Yura grumbled for her to stop nagging, while our main character stood completely speechless. That person before him was his mother. The woman finally notices his presence as he slowly approaches. She apologizes for being so loud, but all he can do is whisper, "Mom," as he draws closer. Then, the harsh truth crashed down on him like a tidal wave. What in the world was he even expecting? In this reality, Kang Yu-hyun doesn't exist. His place in this world has already been taken by someone else. Snapping him out of his spiraling thoughts, the woman asks to be excused. But she pauses, asking if they've met before, because he reminds her of someone. Yura points, exclaiming that she thought the same thing, and asks if he knows her father. But in the next moment, her eyes land on Hiram's presence. Her face flushes with pure excitement as she shouts, "The Sword Empress!" The very same one Yura had been telling her mother all about. Completely starstruck, the girl rushes to Hiram, asking for an autograph, as her mother tells her not to scare the Empress. Yu-hyun suggests that perhaps fate brought the four of them together, and that they should talk for a bit. They all move to a nearby cafe and take a seat. Yura's mother asks for the main character's name, and he apologizes for his delayed introduction. He is Kang Yu-hyun, a teller from Celestial Body, Incorporated. Yura is ecstatic to meet a real teller. while her mother notes his striking resemblance to her husband, wondering if they might be related. Yoo-hyun knew it instantly. His mother had noticed the resemblance. She saw something familiar in his face, and though every fiber of his being screamed to tell her the truth, he knew he couldn't. Nearly leaping from her chair, the girl asks if he's truly a teller, and he confirms that he is. She then asks the vital question, can he turn her into a collector? Her mother instantly scolds her for such a rude question, but our hero just laughs, saying there's no harm in asking. The girl giggles triumphantly, pointing out that he said it was okay, but her mother is still visibly annoyed. Answering her question, he explains that it's impossible to turn an ordinary person into a collector. They can only form contracts with those who already are one. His mother sighs in relief. She was genuinely worried he might agree to it, a comment that makes the girl absolutely furious, losing her patience. The mother yells that Yura needs to recognize her own limits and accept when something is beyond her grasp. Biting her lip to hold back her frustration, tears begin to well up in the girl's eyes. She bolts from the cafe as her mother calls her name, but then decides to just let her go. Sitting back down, the mother apologizes for her daughter showing her worst side. But the main character simply acknowledges it as a part of her age. He assumes all young people think being a collector is cool, and the mother agrees, saying Yura only sees the glamorous side, which is exactly what worries her. The worst part, she admits, is knowing her daughter has absolutely no talent for it. That sentence hits our hero like a physical blow. He's thrown back into his own past, to his own mother telling him those exact same words, that he had no talent for his own dream. Calming himself, he asks Hyeram to find Yura to give them a moment alone to talk, and she agrees. As she leaves, Yoo-hyun quietly says that a lack of talent should never be the only reason to give up on your path. His mother agrees that everyone should be allowed to dream big, but life taught her a harsh lesson. Dreams aren't achieved just by wishing. Yoo-hyun replies that even so, Yura was still her daughter. She agrees, of course. She only wants what's best for Yura. But the life of a collector is brutal. She just doesn't want to see her little girl get hurt. And she wants her to grow up well. He says she isn't wrong, but she shouldn't be the one to crush her daughter's dream, no matter how difficult the journey might be. Annoyed, she asks if he expects her to just let her daughter walk into danger. But he suggests something else entirely, show her the cold, hard reality of that world. If she still doesn't give up after seeing how dangerous it truly is, then her path has been chosen. This unexpected advice leaves his mother completely stunned. Yun explained that choosing this path meant walking it with full knowledge of the hardships ahead. Did she truly believe the girl's resolve was so weak? After all, a single word of encouragement can rewrite a person's entire destiny. Yuan believed an honest conversation was the only way to bring clarity. He begged her to believe in her daughter's dream, just one more time. No matter how difficult the journey, a dream must be magnificent. By chasing her dream, Yura could become the hero of her own life story. Hearing those words, the mother's eyes widened in recognition. No matter how perilous the path, he explained, if a person's goal lies at its end, they are unstoppable. He pleaded again, asking her to trust in her daughter's dream. At last, her defenses crumbled. She admitted that perhaps her own concern had become a cage, stifling Yura's true potential. Changing the subject, she found it astonishing how much he resembled her own son, all grown up. Though it was their first meeting, it felt strangely familiar. Yuan gave a nervous laugh, just as the cafe door chimed open. Both turned to see who had arrived. It was Yura and Hyeram, but the little girl's expression was still clouded with despair. Yuan excused himself to her mother, saying he needed a private word with Yura. She agreed with a solemn nod. He approached the girl, asking for a moment of her time. Though her heart was heavy, she seemed to agree. He asked a simple question. Why did she want to be a collector? Fearing his judgment, she asked if he would laugh. He promised he wouldn't. Yura confessed they always seemed so cool and confident, living such amazing lives. She expected him to find her reason childish, but Yuan simply said no, because he once shared a very similar dream. The girl's eyes widened in shock. Anyone can dream? He told her. What truly matters is their determination. Then his voice turned serious. Was she willing to risk her life for that dream? Seeing her confusion, Yuan revealed that Hyeram had stared death in the face several times for her own dream. Was Yura prepared to do the same? Frustrated, she couldn't find an answer. But Yuan told her she didn't need one now. Only that one day, she would have to. The girl looked up,
a glimmer of hope in her eyes. Did he truly think she had the potential? If she dedicated her entire being to this dream, did he believe she could actually succeed? With a confident smile, the main character declared, "Yes, you can absolutely do it." He thought to himself that if someone had said those words to him back then, his own life might have been entirely different. As a teller, he could assure her she would succeed, because he wanted to change her fate. Above the girl's now beaming face, her book of destiny began to glow with immense potential. That single moment was enough. As they prepared to leave, Yura thanked them for everything. She wished they could stay together a little longer, but knew it was time to go. Yuan hoped all her wishes would come true, saying it was wonderful to meet her. Yura replied that she already knew everything would work out. They shared their final goodbyes, but the woman who resembled his mother remained silent. At the bus stop, Hiram noticed Yuan seemed unusually happy, but he quickly changed the subject. Just then, a voice called out Yuan's name. He turned to see Yura's mother rushing towards them. The boy wondered what was wrong. Standing up, Yuan asked Hiram to wait as he went to see what had happened. Approaching the woman, he asked what she needed, and she said there was one last thing she had to tell him. In the next moment, she pulled him into a warm hug and whispered, "You've worked so hard all this time." Yuan froze, completely taken by surprise. A blush crept across his face as tears welled in his eyes. His mind screamed at him to explain the misunderstanding, to tell her he wasn't her son. But as she held him, he found himself unable to move, and in the end, he returned her embrace, whispering back, "Yes, I worked hard," releasing him. She promised she would be rooting for him forever, and as she walked away from his life for good, the main character could only thank her. He wished her nothing but peace for the rest of her days. Remembering how his own parents died at the beginning of the end in his past life, he would not let that happen this time. He would not lose his parents, nor would he allow the apocalypse to begin. The scene shifts abruptly to a jar of ink, spilled across a table. A furious voice screams in disbelief at an unexpected outcome, gazing through a system screen at the three fools who were defeated by our heroes. We see him Jinpong, his face twisted in rage over his failed plan. He had only one option left to deal with his target, but it was a forbidden method, one that even he might not survive. Rejecting the thought, he roared that he couldn't do it and swiped the system screen away. From the shadows behind him, a voice asked what it was he couldn't do, startling the man. Turning, he saw a small fairy whom he called Argyle, demanding to know why she was in his library. She simply said she was there because she was curious what her dear Jinpong was up to, and whether he had completed the task she had given him. The teller was horrified as the fairy's voice grew cold, complaining that he hadn't finished his mission. She was very disappointed. She hissed. She had believed in him, but he had proven himself utterly untrustworthy. Jinpong stammered, trying to explain it wasn't like that. With feigned drama, the fairy declared how his actions had deeply saddened her, trying to eliminate a colleague. Jinpong shot back, insisting he would never do such a thing. But Argyle's expression twisted into something sinister as she asked, "Are you calling me a liar?" In the next instant, an immense gravitational force slammed Jinpong down, forcing him to his knees. He crashed to the floor with enough power to crack the very tiles beneath him. Gasping, he demanded to know how she was doing this inside his own library. The fairy calmly explained that by joining the department, he surrendered his authority, a privilege he could only reclaim as a senior. Until that day arrived, he had absolutely no control. This meant his supposedly safest sanctuary could very well become his tomb. Releasing the pressure, Argyle declared herself a generous senior, offering him one final chance to handle Kang Yu-hun. This time, she would even provide a special service, support in the form of points. Stuttering, Jinpong asked if she truly meant for him to go through with it. Argyle simply nodded, telling him to promote a story battle, a high-stakes wager where tellers bet their very libraries. Jinpong panicked, claiming a battle against the Sword Empress was suicide. But the fairy assured him he would receive a collector more than worthy of the challenge. Deep within the department, a collector was being secretly nurtured, its existence completely unknown to the public. The thought of a collector capable of defeating the Sword Empress would send the divine spirits into a frenzy. And a glimmer of hope sparked within Jinpong. Meanwhile, back at Suryan's company, a table was covered in arcane tools and materials.
Our main character was modifying the sword, now fully charged thanks to Hiram's efforts. Knowing the blade had yet to awaken its true potential, he began meticulously engraving mana circuits onto its surface. The sword pulsed with light and unleashed a torrent of energy, transforming from a mere relic into a masterwork of magical engineering. For this feat, he was rewarded with 100,000 points and inherited the story of the engraver. This was the true form of the ancient relic of Salio, now displaying stats of an overwhelmingly powerful nature. The list of abilities was so immense, I dare not even begin to name them. Yet, even more of the sword's power remained sealed, hidden from his view. But one line in the description caught his eye. The sword possessed a massive ego, leaving him utterly bewildered. Suddenly, the weapon trembled in his grasp, and a voice screamed out, "I'm finally free!" startling both him and his pet. Looking down, he saw a tiny head with a book perched on top. A sight so strange it left him as speechless as I am. This sword wasn't just imbued with power. It had a will of its own. It's like that manhwa where the hero can hear the voices of his blades. The spirit asked who her master was, and he introduced himself as Yu-hun. Her eyes widened when she realized he was a teller. "Are you going to sell me?" she asked, her voice trembling. He quickly explained his intention was to wield her, not sell her, which sparked a deep curiosity in the little spirit. Changing the subject, our hero asked for her name. With an adorable pout, she confessed she had slept for so long she'd forgotten it, and asked Yu-hun to give her a new one. Confused, he listened as she explained. Since he was the one who awakened her, his talent as an engraver must mean he has a talent for naming things. 2. Gazing at the pure white weapon, he was reminded of his small owl. And so, the main character chose the name Baek-io, meaning White Lotus. Her face lit up. Accepting the name, she radiated a brilliant energy, declaring him her one true master and transferring a portion of her skills to him. In that moment, Yu-hun acquired the story of the one who inherited what was forgotten, and earned the title of Recorder. But as their stories merged, the little spirit let out a sudden shriek that made him jump. He asked what was wrong. Her eyes were wide as she demanded, "What is this, about you being a reincarnator?" The question struck him like a physical blow. In sheer shock, he realized their new contract had laid his entire past bare for her to see. He began to stammer, trying to find the words to explain. Seeing no point in hiding the truth, he decided to tell her everything. After hearing his story, she asked if he sought her out because he knew of her existence from his future. He confirmed it was true, but admitted that no one ever knew the sword possessed an ego. The girl explained that his unique recorder ability allowed him to fully awaken her, a feat her previous owners could never accomplish. Regardless, she was thrilled to serve a teller, brimming with curiosity about the tales they weave. A smile touched the main character's lips. He promised she would see countless stories from now on, extending his finger to seal their newfound pact. The scene changes, transporting us to a vast open field. With only him and Baek-io present, he asked if she was ready. She confirmed. He opened his library, and instantly, divine spirits flooded in, reaching a total of 2,630 viewers. Yu-hun greeted them all, announcing that after a short break, their regular schedule of live streams would now resume. The spirits buzzed with curiosity, but our hero simply told them he'd reveal his secrets little by little. First, he needed to set the stage for the story he was about to weave that day. But before he could continue, a voice cut through the air, shattering the moment. Standing there was Jinpong, a smirk on his face, declaring he had a request. He demanded a storytelling battle against our main character. The challenge sent the divine spirits into a chaotic frenzy over this unexpected event. The White Lotus appeared, asking what was happening. He explained it was a formal duel between storytellers from the celestial body. Noticing her presence, he questioned if it was truly safe for her to appear so openly, but she assured him only he could perceive her true form. He continued, explaining these battles tested a collector's skill. The winner would seize the loser's entire library, a detail that made the sword spirit nervous. The stakes were far too high. Jinpong sneered, taunting him for not accepting. Was he scared? Our hero hinted that he might accept, before bursting out laughing and flatly refusing in his rival's face. While the divine spirits groaned in disappointment, Jinpong's face twisted with fury. But the decision was final. He had every right to refuse. The sword asked if that was the right call, But the main character didn't care for such things. Let others accept duels out of foolish pride. That wasn't his way. Jinpong berated him, questioning his honor. But Yu Hun shot back, saying he was hardly one to talk. It was obvious to our hero that this was a premeditated ambush, timed perfectly with the opening of his library. It was a cheap intimidation tactic, designed to shame him into accepting. This arrogance only infuriated the spirits watching. Even Jinpong's own subscribers were appalled by his dishonorable behavior.
They were threatening to file formal complaints with his department.
Trying to de-escalate the scandal, Yu Hyun feigned concern, treating his rival like an ignorant rookie who didn't know any better. The boy knew being too harsh could damage his library's reputation. At the same time, the spirits began chanting for a battle. A flood of donations suddenly poured in for both of them. The crowd was desperate for a duel, and our hero immediately recognized his opportunity.
Approaching his rival, he declared he had a condition. Jinpong demanded to know what it was.
Yu Hon raised the stakes to the absolute limit. The winner would take everything the loser possessed, including their very life. Jinpong was stunned for a moment. Then a cruel smile spread across his face. The fool had willingly walked into his trap with a triumphant laugh. He accepted the deadly proposal. He was utterly confident. After all, it was our hero's suggestion. There was no backing out now. And just like that, the deathmatch was set. All of this made a certain little fairy incredibly intrigued and excited. His meteoric rise to fame had already piqued her curiosity. But he was proving to be far more interesting than she ever expected. Seeing him openly defy the established order was dangerous. Letting a rebel like him go unchecked would be a disaster for her department. But that was fine. Now that he had become such a tempting prize, the fairy could simply devour him for herself. The scene changes to his companion, her face etched with worry. She asked if he was going to be all right. He replied with absolute certainty that he only took the bet because he knew he would win. It was also the perfect chance to show off his sword's true power. Yu Hun gently teased her, asking if she was worried. After a brief hesitation, the boy simply reassured her. Some of the divine spirits were also questioning his sanity for making such an impossibly risky bet. The White Lotus complained that he was walking in blind. He was insane for trying to take on an entire department all by himself. But our hero simply stated what he'd said before. The easiest people to fool are those who think they already understand reality. She didn't understand the connection. And he explained that this was precisely the same kind of case. Everyone in that department was blinded by their own arrogance. His companion realized he'd made the bet on purpose. He confirmed it. He had a way to crush them all at once. The sword called him a psychopath. He took it as a compliment. But she just called him crazy for thinking that was a good thing. Suddenly, a system window appeared, startling the protagonist. Only 5 minutes remained until the storytelling battle began. The main character then scooped up his little owl, thanked it for its services, and gently tossed it out the window. The tiny creature took flight, disappearing into the sky. His companion was determined, asking if they could leave. She wanted to scout the stadium before the fight, but the main character had one more thing to discuss. He wanted to ask her something, and she looked back, her eyes full of curiosity. Elsewhere, Jinpong was basking in the certainty of his victory. Even knowing his opponent was the legendary Sword Empress, their arrogance was boundless. They believed not even she could defeat the special collector he'd received for this one occasion. And to think, the department had entrusted a power of that magnitude to him. A thrill surged through Jinpong. To him, this was undeniable proof that the department recognized his true capabilities. Why else would they pit him against such a powerful opponent with just 1 minute left? The teller signals his collector to move out. The collector moves with a lazy gait, yet he obeys. The time has come. Both teams step into the arena, and the stadium erupts in a deafening roar. The crowd was absolutely electrified, but on a closer look, they all resembled test dummies. Perhaps the artist simply ran out of time to detail their designs. Jinpong urges his fighter into battle, but the boy scoffs, telling him to stop ordering him around. He was going to fight anyway. The constant nagging was just irritating. This arrogant response grates on the teller, but he forces his composure. Victory against the main character was all that mattered. The collector's eyes gleamed with bloodlust. To face the legendary Sword Empress herself. What an honor. He wondered what it would feel like to cut her down. "She's coming," Jinpong screams, as a silhouette materializes before his collector. But the teller's expression is far from triumphant. It's a mask of pure shock. A look that says everything without a single word. The sudden turn of events even startles the fairy, who stares at the system screen and lets out a heavy sigh. The collector glares at his opponent, demanding to know what just happened.
Standing before them was our hero, sword still sheathed, a confident smirk playing on his lips.
The two faced off in an arena straight out of a Dragon Ball Z episode, with Jinpong watching from the sidelines like a desperate boxing coach. The air grew heavy with tension. Neither warrior dared to make the first move. From above, the divine judges watched, some already showing their impatience. Were they truly divine spirits? The answer was undeniable. They were avatars of gods, and the one speaking was none other than Satan himself. Impressed, Jinpong's collector asks if a teller is even allowed to fight in a collector's place. The reply, there's no rule against it. In the end, it made no difference to him. The main character's stunt may have been surprising, but this was the perfect chance to eliminate the boy for good. He commands his collector to finish him, but the man just scoffs. He was already planning to. There was no need to repeat himself. White Lotus nervously asks if this is truly all right, but our hero seems completely unconcerned. A menacing red aura pulsed from his sword, warning him this opponent was no ordinary foe. But our hero simply grabs his book, saying there's nothing to worry about. The book is silver, indicating an average rank, but as Yu Hyun opens it, his eyes widen at a horrifying revelation. These abilities, they were anything but normal. This man was none other than Jack the Ripper, a future serial killer who would hunt collectors in the real world. Just 1 year from now. The grim reality was that in his timeline, no one ever discovered Jack's identity, not until he revealed it himself at the end of the world. Ultimately, he was only stopped by Dune, after becoming the killer's next target. Drawing his sword, our hero knew this threat had to be erased immediately. If he didn't act now, countless innocents would die. The pentagram was involved in this, just like in his past life. They were undoubtedly connected to the coming apocalypse. Elsewhere, Hiram watched the battle unfold from a private room. Her heart pounded with anxiety. She felt she should have been the one fighting. If anything happened to Yu Hyun, she would never forgive herself. We flash back to the moment he told her she couldn't go. She had exploded with anger, demanding to know why he was taking her place. The main character calmly explained that this battle was his alone. She didn't need to get involved, she protested. I'm your collector. It's my duty to fight. Yu Hyun replied that if he were a normal teller, she would be right. But his answer did nothing to soothe the girl's frustration. Noticing her unease, he told her he understood her concern, but it stemmed from a lack of faith. As much as he appreciated her worry, she was only worried because she expected him to lose. Flustered, she silently admitted to herself that he was right. Yu Hyun trusted her, yet she couldn't bring herself to trust him back. Suddenly, he placed a hand on her head, catching her completely off guard as he told her not to worry. He declared he wasn't as weak as she believed, but with her face flushing crimson, she could barely process his confident words. He promised to show her that all her anxiety was for nothing, and that everyone who ever mocked him was dead wrong. Back in the present, she admits she's still terrified, but she will put her faith in her teller. At long last, the battle is about to begin. In an instant, the entire landscape transforms. Ancient buildings materialize around our hero, a scene copied straight from Record of Ragnarok. He now stood in a place mirroring London's Whitechapel district. White Lotus urgently calls out, telling him to look ahead. In the blink of an eye, Jack had vanished. He was there one moment and gone the next. He had to be using some form of camouflage. Watching from a rooftop, Jack pondered the best way to execute his target. He was calculating his attack when the main character suddenly turned his head and stared directly at him, shattering his composure. He cloaked himself again, wondering if he was seen, praying it was just a coincidence. Shifting his strategy, the collector begins plotting his next move, only to find the main character's gaze locked right onto him once again. The boy's confidence shattered. A cold dread crept in as he wondered. Could Yu Hyun actually see through his perfect camouflage? The little fairy monitoring him couldn't help but ask, "Weren't you so sure of your concealment skill?" Her question struck a nerve. Jack snapped, his voice laced with panic, telling her to shut up. He would handle this his own way, even if the main character could sense his location. An attack from a blind spot would be impossible to stop. He smirked, certain his opponent couldn't block a strike from behind. But just as he moved, the main character turned, facing him directly. With a single fluid motion, he deflected Jack's dagger, crushing what little confidence the collector had left. How was this possible? Once more, he melted back into the shadows as the main character simply watched him go. From Yoo Hyun's perspective, we finally see the truth. The book floating above his head was glowing softly. White Lotus asked how he could see the boy, and Yoo Hyun simply replied, "I have my ways." She realized the collector now knew he'd been exposed. "What will you do now?" she asked. His response was simple. "It's time to act." With an explosive leap, he charged toward the Ripper, whose face was now a mask of pure terror. The boy managed to block the hero's strike, but his mind was reeling. Being seen so easily had completely shattered his world. Fear finally broke him as Jack screamed. "How did you find me?" The main character scoffed. "Is hiding all you're good for?" That insult was too much. The collector roared back. "That's not my only skill." He vanished from sight, reappearing in a flash behind his target, his blade poised for the final, killing blow. Hyeram screamed as the dagger raced towards Yoo Hyun's back. The collector bellowed, "Go to hell!" But the main character dodged with effortless grace. Their eyes locked for a fleeting second as a smirk played on his lips. In the next instant, Jack was already at a distance. Yoo Hyun raised his sword, his confidence radiating. "Are you finished now?" The main character declared, "Because now, it's my turn." High in the stands, the hero's owl flew closer to the divine spirits. It landed silently, listening to the gods' idle chatter. Though they were impressed, they still gravely underestimated him. A magic circle glowed beside the owl as it observed the spirits with keen eyes. Through his familiar, the main character heard every word. He heard the spectators belittling his power, dismissing his chances. He tested this new skill from Bayo, and its power was incredible, just as he expected from such a gift. In any case, it was clear. The divine spirits believed he was weak compared to the other collector, and that thought excited him. This was the perfect stage to show them just how wrong they were. And with that, he launched himself into the fray. Jack braced himself, trying to predict the sword's path. Would it come from the left or the right? But before he could react, something impossible happened. He dodged the main character's attack, but the weapon in his hands was no longer a sword. Just a second ago, it was a sword, but now he wielded a spear. When did he switch? A flurry of devastating blows rained down, but Jack somehow managed to evade them all. He was grazed, but he was sure he could still overpower the protagonist, even with this sudden change in fighting style. Moments later, he had already analyzed the new weapon's attack patterns and its effective range. It was time to end this. Yoo Hyun leaped backward, spear held high, ready to strike from above, but Jack saw the flaw it would never reach. "You idiot!" Jack roared. He would be stabbed long before that spear ever got close. But to his utter shock, the spear struck his shoulder, catching him completely off guard and forcing him to drop one of his blades. Stunned, he stared at his wound from the ground. How did you do that?" he stammered. The main character merely replied, "You weren't seeing the whole picture." His failure was obvious. The spear had extended, becoming far longer than the hero's own height. Screaming, the boy called Yoo Hyun a cheater, but the teller simply stated, "That sounds like a skill issue on your part." All composure gone, he howled for the main character to shut up and lunged forward in a rage. He just needed to get close enough to end this in the most brutal way imaginable. And he was almost there. A brilliant blue light erupted from the protagonist, striking the collector square in the face. Dazed, he saw that the main character was now holding a shield. The horrifying truth finally dawned on him. He wasn't switching weapons at all. His weapon was transforming, and in an instant, it shifted back into a sword. Yoo Hyun unleashed a devastating vertical slash, but the collector desperately managed to block it with his daggers. Immediately, the main character prepared a second downward strike, and Jack braced himself to parry it once more. But the weapon morphed again, this time into a flail that smashed into the ground right between Jack's legs, which he dodged by a hair's breadth. The main character unleashes a vicious lateral blow mid-swing. His weapon morphs into a brutal axe as Jack desperately ducks for cover. But the strike connects, triggering a small explosion on impact. What a dread washes over Jack. How could such an impossible weapon even exist? And how could this man wield it with such mastery? Was he truly just a teller? Even the divine spirits are baffled. questioning the weapon's origin. One god theorizes it could only be a gift from heaven, or perhaps pandemonium itself. It was only a rumor, but one had heard whispers that both deep darkness and the archangel Michael had appeared before him. Satan, listening from the shadows, is impressed. The main character certainly knows how to draw a crowd. Still, he's annoyed at being called Deep Darkness instead of his true name. Meanwhile, Jack has taken a direct hit. He lies bleeding on the ground, a crater marking the wall behind him. But Yuen gives him no time to recover. He surges forward for the final blow, catching Jack completely off guard. With a desperate burst of speed, Jack dodges to the side, narrowly avoiding being cleaved in two by the deadly strike. From the sidelines, Jinpong and the little fairy cry out, wondering what he's doing. Their words only fuel his irritation. He roars at them to shut up, vowing to handle it himself. Pushing himself up, Jack smirks. "I'll give you credit for cornering me, but you left yourself wide open." Sinister runes crawl across his skin. His very form twists and grows, crackling with raw, untamed power. The fairy watches with excitement. She never expected him to unleash that power against a low-level teller like Yu Hyun. With a feral snap, Jack screams, "The easy part is over for you." In a flash, Jack leaps into the air. He blitzes across the battlefield with impossible speed and agility. Even our protagonist seems unable to track his movements. The divine spirits are in shock. They can't even perceive him anymore. Who was this being, so overwhelmingly strong and fast? Suddenly, Jack appears right beside the main character's face, screaming. It's too late for regrets. But in the next instant, Yu Hyun calmly asks, "Are you talking about yourself?" He seizes the collector's arm and slams him into the wall with even greater, earth-shattering force. The wall explodes on impact. Jack is left stunned, on the verge of unconsciousness. And the fairy, watching it all unfold, simply cannot believe her eyes. Yuen sighs. If he'd known the fight would be this boring, he would have ended it much sooner. Helpless on the ground, Jack is consumed by disbelief. He screams, demanding to know what our protagonist truly is. This was supposed to be his story. He was destined to be the main character of this world. This teller was supposed to be a mere stepping stone, a sacrifice to make him shine brighter. So how could he possibly have lost? Placing his blade to the boy's neck, the main character speaks. You were intoxicated by your own power. Your pride was your downfall. Take a good look at the one who defeated you, because he is the victor. With cold certainty, he declares, I am the true protagonist of this stage. The boy can only whisper for mercy, but it's far too late. Raising his sword high, the main character proclaims that this is his true power. The very value Jack had underestimated from the start. A crimson arc paints the air as Yu Hyun claims his absolute victory. Jinpong is left utterly shocked by the outcome. The divine spirits are just as stunned by his overwhelming win. He sheathes his blood-stained sword as the system window appears, announcing his victory. The battleground will soon dematerialize. A single, timid clap breaks the silence, followed by a roar of applause from the ecstatic divine audience. A faint blush appears on the main character's face as he begins to laugh, realizing everyone thoroughly enjoyed his performance. Hyor is overcome with emotion, having witnessed the entire battle. The boy she knew had just defeated a tremendously powerful collector. Even so, she feels a pang of guilt for not being able to fully believe in him until the very end. But that changes now. She declares her unwavering belief in him, vowing to never replace him with anyone. Was that a love confession? It certainly sounded like one when she called him my light. Michael is shocked, remarking that Yu Hyun is truly incorrigible. After a display like that, countless more divine spirits will be lining up to sponsor him. Michael smiles. He will expect even greater things from now on. It seems he's finally accepted that someone like the main character can never truly be controlled. We cut back to Jinpong's library, where Argyle is unleashing her fury upon him over the humiliating defeat. She screams at him to say something, but he's already being crushed by the pressure of his senior, choking for air. The prized collector she had entrusted to him was defeated by a rookie teller as if he were nothing. Jinpong desperately protests. Someone has to be backing him. He must have help. But Argyle cuts him off. Excuses are worthless. Nothing can change what has happened. And now, there is no turning back. She needed a scapegoat to take the blame for this disaster. Someone to pay for the chaos unleashed within the pentagram.
Jinpong screams in pure desperation, begging her for mercy. But her face is a mask of cold, unforgiving rage.
He failed his mission. There would be no forgiveness. No words could fix this. The losses he caused were a debt he could never repay. Even with his entire life model, the teller was drowning in despair, a sight that only fueled Argyle's contempt. He had forfeited the rights to his library in his defeat. For that, erasure was the only logical end. She considered it a mercy. The life that awaited him would have been a fate far worse than death. Jinpong was utterly broken, unable to grasp how it all came to this. That monster, Kang Yu-hyun, had known from the very beginning he would win. He knew everything. Jinpong realized with chilling certainty he was never the hunter, only the prey. Tears streamed down his face as his inevitable end swallowed him whole. At Argyle's command, the teller faded into nothingness, consumed by the shadows. A sound echoed. The fairy glanced back, her face still a mask of pure disgust. Yu-hyun was stepping through the door. In an instant, her expression flipped. She greeted him with a sickeningly cheerful voice, introducing herself with a bright smile. The main character returned the introduction. She gushed about his fight, calling it amazing, and he played the part of a humble warrior, feigning embarrassment at her praise. He then asked about Jinpong's whereabouts. Her face fell into a mask of sadness as she informed him that Jinpong was no more. Since he lost their storytelling battle with his life on the line, his fate was sealed from the start. A flicker of doubt crossed Yu-hyun's mind. Even if they wagered their lives, he never gave the order for Jinpong's execution. Argyle brushed it off, noting it was his first battle. Done with the games. His voice turned to ice. Can you drop the act now? She turned, her smile unwavering, asking if she'd heard him correctly. You heard me perfectly, Yu-hyun confirmed. Stop the nonsense. You disposed of something that belonged to me, and that was a mistake. Argyle's eyes narrowed. Mistake or not, I am still your superior. You will show me respect. But the main character shot back, accusing her of abusing her authority. Her friendly mask snapped back into place, as she admitted her mistake and promised to compensate him for his loss. The fairy transferred 800 points to the main character, asking if that was enough to smooth things over. He stared right through her. I already know exactly who you are. A psychopath who laughed while watching people die right before her very eyes. She had been tormenting them this entire time. The memory was burned into his mind, of her gathering those who refused a challenge, only to orchestrate a massacre. The way she gazed upon the fallen, as if they were less than insects. That was a sight he could never forget. Confirming the points arrived. The main character's tone shifted. He agreed it was a fair price for Jinpong's loss, even complimenting her swift handling of the matter. Thrilled, she boasted that he knew just how to flatter her, claiming to be a truly benevolent guide. Speaking of which, Yu-hyun said with a provocative edge, have you heard the rumor that a certain department has been in contact with the Exodus? Argyle's cheerful facade finally cracked. The Exodus, one of the great powers that ruled the mixed world. A monstrous force that feasted on the despair and anguish of smaller realms. He was almost certain the Pentagram Department had ties to them. Even in his past life, when other departments fell, they always emerged unscathed, pretending innocence. Argyle's voice was dangerously low. Why are you saying such things to me? Someone might misunderstand and think the Pentagram Department is siding with the Exodus. Holding his hands up in mock surrender, Yu-hyun claimed he was just offering a friendly warning, apologizing if she took it the wrong way. In any case, it was time for him to leave and claim the library he'd won from Jinpong. As the little fairy waved a cheerful goodbye, the moment the door closed, her true face emerged a mask of pure, unadulterated fury. And Yu-hyun knew she was nothing like Jinpong. This one would be far more difficult to deal with. She was an expert at hiding her secrets, and those of her department. The very idea of the pentagram having ties to the Exodus was terrifying. Creating a monster like Jack in secret was proof enough of their methods. Taking these people on by himself would be a monumental, nearly impossible task. However, this time, he had an ace up his sleeve. He pulled out a book, whispering to himself that this timeline would be different. Back at Suyun's company, she was waiting for him, tapping her foot. She wanted a heads up before he decided to do something insane. She lectured him, reminding him they'd gone out to make a little money, and he somehow wound up in a life-or-death storytelling battle. The two of them apologized profusely, seeing their remorse, and the fact they returned victorious. Soo-yoon decided to let it go. Hyeram praised the main character's amazing performance. Yoo-hun added that his library's capacity had grown immensely, and the divine spirits were more than satisfied. He looked closer at Soo-yoon, noticing she was practically vibrating with joy. He commented on it, startling her. "Well, since you're so curious," she burst out, "I'll tell you." "I never asked," the main character muttered, but it was far too late. Soo-yoon shouted with glee. Today is payday. She was practically glowing with excitement. Honestly, who doesn't get that way when the paycheck finally hits?
Hyeram's curiosity was piqued, though with a knowing smile. Soryun told her to just check her bank account.
The girl flipped open her phone, and her expression instantly melted into pure shock and embarrassment. Overwhelmed, she shrieked at the main character, asking what on earth she was supposed to do now. She had stumbled into a fortune, but to Yuen, it was still just pocket change.
Sori chimed in, explaining that after Haram's rise to fame, commercial deals had flooded in, totaling a staggering 200 million.
The two were absolutely buzzing with excitement over the money, already dreaming up simple upgrades for the office. Meanwhile, Yu-yoon and his two companions watched the scene unfold, their faces painted with disdain for the girl's simple-minded joy.
When Lotus asked why they were acting that way, Yuen explained they should let them be, since both had come from humble beginnings.
Regardless, the Beha office was now buzzing with an infectious energy. The two girls were on top of the world. Yoo-hoon wondered if they couldn't just buy side dishes from a store, but they saw that as a luxury only the truly wealthy could afford. The scene then shifts. Though we remain in the office, Soo-yoon was buried under a mountain of tasks. The main character noted that the endless interviews and offers for Hirim were the cause. He had his own work to get to, when his system suddenly chimed with a message from the celestial body, one he had completely missed earlier. The system window announced that he had earned a promotion. He was now a senior within the company and would receive rewards to match his new rank. A genuine smile spread across his face. Finally, all his relentless effort was being recognized. But as he read the rest of the notification, he saw he wasn't officially a senior just yet. He would have to endure a promotion ceremony, something he absolutely loathed. Still, he resigned himself to his fate, since he had to go there soon anyway. This ceremony would just make the trip even longer. Noticing the main character's distraction, Hiram asked what was on his mind. He told her he'd apparently been promoted, and she rushed to congratulate him. Soo-yoon offered her congratulations as well. He thanked her, then asked how her work was progressing. She'd handled the bulk of it, but the remaining workload was immense, making his head spin just hearing about it. Yoo-hyun remarked that she must be overworked, but she insisted she was fine. Hirim would now need to navigate the world of business. Seeing his opening, he asked if Soo-yoon had a moment to discuss that. She agreed, asking what he wanted to talk about. And then, Yoo-hyun asked her out on a date, point blank, leaving her utterly speechless.
The pen she was holding slipped from her fingers and clattered to the floor. Outside, Soo-yoon muttered that he was playing a dangerous game.
Was he really going to say something like that right in front of Hiram? He admitted she was acting far too calm, and he just wanted to shake her up a bit, though the result was more spectacular than he'd imagined. Changing the subject back to business, he asked if she was struggling to find someone to lead negotiations with other companies. She confirmed she was. The main character was ready to solve this problem for her. He knew how hard it was for a fledgling agency like hers to earn trust and secure partnerships. That's why he'd invited her out. He wanted to lend his strength. If a teller of his caliber appeared in person, not even the largest corporations would dare to look down on her.
Soo-yoon thanked him deeply, mentioning a company she'd been eyeing. But there was a complication.
She asked him to listen closely for a moment, and he gave her his undivided attention. After settling in at a cafe, she began to explain that her family had once been quite peaceful and well off. Even though she had grown up without a mother, life was good. She had a brother, a collector who, along with his team, was quickly making a name for himself in the field. But one day, her brother's life was cut short in a tragic accident, and that's when their world came crashing down. Several other collectors, including some from major clans, were either injured or killed in that same incident, and they all sued her brother. Unable to defend his name from the grave, her family lost everything in the lawsuit. The injustice of it all began to burn in the main character's mind. Soryun held on to the memory of her brother's kindness,
He was a genuinely good person who cherished his family. But he also saw a deep-seated corruption in society. Yoo-hoon asked if her brother believed mental domains shouldn't be preserved. The girl's confirmation was all he needed. In that moment, the main character realized this was the exact same ideology he'd encountered with the old man from the association. That's why her family had been sued. A dark thought crossed his mind. Maybe his death wasn't a mere accident. He decided then and there to investigate this case himself. Suddenly, a voice cut through the cafe's ambiance, calling Suryun's name. She froze, the voice instantly recognizable and unwelcome. An old man approached, remarking what a pleasant surprise it was to see a familiar face in this area. He offered a greeting, which she returned hesitantly. The old man then said he was so saddened by her departure from the clan, but heard she'd started her own agency. He then asked with a sneer, "Are you at least making any money?" Yoo-yoon quietly asked who the man was. She replied that he was a senior from her old clan, John Kwangok. The man's eyes fell upon the protagonist, sizing him up with disdain. "He doesn't look like much," he sneered, asking Soo-yoon if this was a collector she had under contract. With a tone of mock surprise, the old man complimented her, saying most personal agencies fail quickly. He then asked how she ever managed to sign a collector at all. Still trying to provoke her, he scoffs. "Can you even handle a collector?" But our main character cuts him off, calling out the old man's name. He calmly approaches the girl and introduces himself, inquiring if she was already familiar with his agency. Our main character offers a polite introduction. The elder dismisses him, demanding to know his rank. But our hero cuts him off with two simple words: "Get lost." Kwangok's face twists in fury. How dare this upstart speak to him with such disrespect? The boy looked so young. Did he have no concept of honor? Yoo-hyun calmly replies that he's already holding back. What he truly wanted was to beat the old man to a pulp. But he was restraining himself purely out of respect for Soo-yoon. The girl quickly stands, begging him to stop provoking them. But it was too late. Kanguk's rage had boiled over, and he began spewing vile insults. His eyes lock onto Soo-yoon. "An insult to her," he declares, "is an insult to me." He asks if she expects him to just do nothing. The old man scoffs, questioning their relationship with a lecherous grin. He sneers that if he had known of her hidden talents, she could have paid him a visit at his office, laughing. He adds that he could have had some fun with her as well. In the next instant, a sickening crack echoes through the room. The old man's head snaps back from the force of a devastating blow. The elder is sent flying across the room. His companions stare in sheer, absolute panic. His lackeys scream, asking if the main character has lost his mind, while their master lies on the floor like a piece of trash. He stumbles to his feet, shouting that the boy is a criminal, a collector, for daring to attack a civilian. He roars that he will pay for this. He orders his man to call the special unit immediately. But our hero simply says it's useless, even if they come, because Yoo-hyun wasn't a collector to begin with. He hadn't broken a single law. The old man just looks on, confused. In response, he asks how they plan on punishing a teller with collector laws. With a trembling voice, the old man realizes the terrifying truth. "Go on," Yoo-hyun urges with a cold smile. "Keep saying what you were saying earlier." The men begin to surround him, claiming that even a teller has crossed the line. They warn that they won't just stand by and watch. A predatory smile spreads across his face. "Is that really what you want to do?" He tells them to draw their weapons, because the moment they do, they will be eliminated. Yoo-hyun's expression was utterly terrifying, as he promised death to these fools. He tells the three of them to get out of his sight before he wipes them from existence. They are paralyzed by the terror in his words. The three of them scramble away like a bunch of clowns, while he simply watches the pathetic scene unfold. Soryun is completely stunned. He turns to her and asks, "Pretty reliable, right?" Breathing a sigh of relief, she admits there's just no stopping him. Returning to their conversation, she asks why he chose her. In the background, a poor staff member is left to clean up the chaos. After that incident, she was blacklisted by all the clans. No other company would dare partner with her ever again. Yoo-hyun asks if she holds a grudge against her brother. The girl replies that at first, she did. But after thinking it over, she knew he wasn't a bad person. He had simply messed with the wrong people. He asks if she's going to accept this injustice without a fight. She asks what she could possibly do against people with so much power. He agrees with her concern, but tells her that's precisely why he wants to help.
The girl is completely taken by surprise.
Smiling as he stands, he declares his plan to turn this world upside down and prove to every last one of those idiots that they were wrong.
It might sound absurd right now, but he promises he will soon change her mind. He invites her to start looking for new partners, starting this very moment. Extending his hand, he offers his help. She's left completely speechless at first, but soon, a wave of pure happiness washes over her. Grabbing his hand, she warns that he might end up regretting this. But he just says he's the kind of person who acts first and thinks later. The scene changes, and we find an old man thanking them profusely for a new deal. Leaving the building, Soryun can't believe the agreement worked out. She says it was all thanks to him, but he just brushes it off, frustrated. The girl asks why he even needs her as a manager if he solves everything himself. He tells her they need to help each other grow. Looking at her, he says they're in the same boat now. She might be weak in this area, but she is overwhelmingly strong in others. Now, it was time for them to celebrate. If they don't head back soon, Hiram will surely complain. Soryun suggests they buy her something. Back at the office, the main character was waiting outside for them. Excited screaming is heard from inside the room. One of the girls was telling the other to keep her head up so she wouldn't smudge her makeup. The two girls finally emerge from the room, and Hiram looks absolutely stunning in her new dress. She shyly asks him what he thinks of her look. He replies that he always knew she was pretty, but today she's even more beautiful. His words send her over the moon with joy. It was time to go. As they enter the building, Hiram gasps that the place is huge. Yuyun explains it's one of the biggest magazine headquarters in the nation. Reaching the reception desk, he announces they're here for an interview. The receptionist directs them to the 7th floor. Yoo-hyun thanks her, while we get a beautiful view of Hiram in serious mode, trying her best not to show off too much. The poor receptionist is left a blushing mess, while Soryun announces she has other business and must part ways with the group. As the two walk away, the receptionist is still beet red. I can't blame him. Powerful women can be terrifying. Arriving in the designated room, they are met by a woman who says she's been expecting them. Her eyes scan the pair, asking which one is Yoo-yun, and he steps forward as Hiram's manager. He was here, he declared, to offer his full support. Delighted to see Hiram had another manager, the woman introduces herself as Shin Gary, a friend of Soryun's. The interview begins with a heavy question they were taking on a challenge no one had dared to attempt in years. What was their true goal in conquering mental domains?
Hiram calmly responds that she doesn't need some grand reason. As a collector, she is simply doing what she was born to do.
The interviewer then asks about her future plans, and what she thinks of the title the world has given her, the Empress of the Sword. The girl gives her answer.
We don't get to hear what she said, but it clearly ignites a fire in the interviewer, who says there's nothing to fear.
With that, she changes the subject, her gaze locking onto our main character. She mentions a fascinating rumor she'd heard. She wanted to ask about the teller who was seen walking among humans, a nearly unheard of phenomenon. Finding it fascinating, she brings up the legend of one who gave up their divine protection to become a collector. In that instant, our hero knows. She's figured it out. He owns up to it immediately. He is the teller from the rumors. Even more thrilled, she admits she had a feeling he was the famous one. The journalist apologizes for her boldness, but she had to ask something not for her story, but out of pure curiosity. Yoo-yun asks what it is. He's willing to answer, as long as it's not a problematic question. She wants to know why they truly clear mental domains. He gives a simple answer about gaining popularity, but she can see right through it. Realizing he's been caught, the boy admits that yes, he has a much bigger goal, because he has seen a future that others cannot. He then stands, declaring the interview is officially over. After all, the real star of the show was the Empress of the Sword, not him. The interviewer understands his meaning and agrees to conclude. As they part, she teases Hiram, saying she'd also like to contact Yoo-yun personally, which makes Hiram burn with a flash of jealousy. Back in the building's main lobby, they find Soo-yun waiting for them. She asks how the interview went, commenting on how playful the interviewer can be. Our main character says it ended well, but one look at Hiram's face tells a completely different story. Glancing around, he realizes the lobby is packed and buzzing with noise. Some celebrity must be here. A popular collector, flanked by 2 female bodyguards, was soaking in the adoration of the crowd. White Lotus scoffs, wondering what the big deal is, but our hero couldn't care less about the guy. Yoo-yun tries to get Soo-yun to leave with them, but she seems completely captivated by the collector's presence. He calls her name again, finally snapping her out of her daze, leaving the girl flustered and confused. Wondering what could possibly attract so much female attention, he pulls up the collector's profile. One of his skills was called Casanova, and he wonders what in the world that's supposed to do. Does this guy just radiate some kind of hypnotic charm? Suddenly, the collector begins walking right toward them. Soo-yoon warns the main character, who is still distracted by the profile screen. He stops right in front of Hiram. "It's a pleasure," he says, introducing himself as Junggu. But she looks at him with utter disinterest. Junggu says he's heard so much about her and came hoping for an introduction, then begins to lay on the charm. Hiram's expression shifts to one of pure disgust. Our hero smirks. It seems even a powerful charm skill can't penetrate her mental fortress. Irritated, Lotus mutters that the creep is obviously just targeting Hiram, which pushes our hero to step in before things get worse. He moves between them. "She's uncomfortable," he states plainly, introducing himself as her manager. The collector scoffs. The absurdity of a mere manager blocking his path is laughable. He's famous. Everyone knows him, but Yu-yoon says none of that matters. "Stay away from my collector. She doesn't like it." His protective words cause a faint blush to appear on Hiram's cheeks. The man just laughs, boasting that there isn't a woman alive who doesn't like him, or who hasn't heard of his greatness. That overwhelming arrogance makes both our hero and White Lotus burn with the urge to wipe that smug smile off his face for good. Before they can act, Hiram's cold voice cuts in, telling him to stop being a nuisance. He accepts her words, but still invites her out. She apologizes, but she has to refuse. She has no time for games like this, yet he continues to press her. He reaches for her chin, but Hiram slaps his hand away. "Get away from me," she demands, and his playful facade finally cracks. A cold smile spreads across his face. "He tried to be nice," he says, "but apparently, that's not going to work." He pulls off one of his gloves, tossing it at her feet. The formal challenge leaves the girl completely stunned. He declares his intention a formal duel with the Sword Empress. The crowd behind him erupts, thrilled at the chance to see their idol in action. Already roaring for his victory, Lotus whispers, questioning if collectors are even allowed to clash like this. But our main character confirms the government has no problem with it. It's far better to settle things in the open than let rivalries fester in the shadows. Lotus notices a fire in Hiram's eyes, a look that shows no interest in backing down. The sight brings a knowing smile to Yoo-hyun's face as he tells her the choice is hers. There was no avoiding this fight. A sharp grin spreads across Hiram's face as she says, "Excellent. I accept your challenge, pretty boy." The Casanova is ecstatic, certain of his victory. After all, how could a low-ranked rookie possibly stand against him? In his mind, a rising star like her was meant to be snuffed out before she could truly shine. As a member of the great Haeod clan, his arrogance is boundless, already imagining how he'll put this upstart in her place. He's practically salivating at the thought of crushing her right here and now. But Yoo-hyun leans in, whispering a quick strategy. Hiram then announces she won't fight now, but in 3 days. The man is confused, but scoffs at the idea she could improve in 3 days and accepts her terms. As he walks away, he declares they'll use an official venue from the Association for their battle, and that he'll be waiting for her in 3 days. Still holding his book, our main character had already identified the man's clan, and he knew the perfect way to shatter that Haeod pride to pieces. Just then, the interviewer appears, asking about the commotion. Soo-yoon simply says that Kyung-gu had just passed by. The reporter's face twists in disgust. When Yoo-hyun asks if she knows him, she replies that his creepy stare always makes her deeply uncomfortable. It was clear his charm ability had no effect on her, either. She adds that rumors claim he uses his clan's power for shady deeds, then asks what he wanted. Yoo-hyun calmly states that the man challenged Hiram to a duel, and they accepted. The news shocks the reporter. She knows he's a powerful opponent, but Yoo-hyun reassures her with unshakable confidence. "I have a plan. This was all part of a much larger picture. If the Sword Empress wins a duel right after the interview," he points out, "it would become the scoop of a lifetime." She realizes his scheme, but he simply says he'd be grateful if she could help bring more media attention to the event. She sighs, admitting she knew he was no ordinary person. But this level of strategic thinking was crazier than she ever imagined. Regardless, she agrees to his request and tells them they will meet again another time. Hiram thanks Yoo-hyun for letting her take the duel, but he says he only did it because he has absolute faith in her victory.
When she asks about the 3-day delay, he explains that they need to make this event as massive as possible to attract the media. Soon enough, journalists swarmed Soo-yoon's office demanding to know more about the duel. The situation was already exhausting the poor girl. Yoo-hyun's plan had perfectly captured everyone's attention. He knows that while the spirits recognize Hiram's strength, the public still sees her as an unknown. This exposure was essential. Still, amidst the chaos, Hiram remains perfectly calm, focusing on her cultivation. Despite all the noise, her potential for growth was even greater now than in her previous life. He refused to let anything hold back her true potential. From his perspective, she needed to become stronger than ever and transcend to her absolute peak. This battle was designed to fuel her growth, not just in power, but in fame. And so, the day of the duel finally arrived. We see the familiar Colosseum, the very same stage where our main character once battled Jack. Snack vendors were selling their goods as the stands began to fill with an eager crowd. The anticipation for this battle was absolutely electric. The arena was becoming so packed it even left Suryeon completely stunned. Yoo-hyun asks if she's nervous, but she snaps back, overwhelmed by the sheer scale of the event. The pressure was immense. He was impressed with the media attention they had gathered, but he knew his opponent's fame also played a major role. Official duels like this were a rare spectacle, so the public's excitement was through the roof. The nerves finally get to Suryeon, making her feel sick. Yoo-hyun just asks if she needs to find a bathroom. "It's just a stomachache," she yells. In any case, the arena was packed. Even members of great clans and famous collectors were in attendance. The tension was understandable. Lotus notes that Yoo-hyun seems surprisingly calm, but he insists he's just hiding his nerves. This stage didn't belong to him. It belonged to the Sword Empress. And as we see her meditating, even she can't entirely conceal her nervousness. Only 3 minutes remained. In a state of deep contemplation, she slowly opens her eyes. Yoo-hyun asks if she's ready. Hiram rises to her feet and says yes, though a hint of hesitation still lingers in her voice. A gentle smile graced his lips. Then, without warning, he struck the girl on the head. Through her tears, she asked why he'd do such a thing, but he explained it wasn't to hurt her. He asked if her heart was pounding less now, and a realization dawned on her. The crushing nervousness was gone. Still, she complained he should have warned her first. But the main character simply replied that a warning would have ruined the effect. She yelled back, promising to return the favor the next time he got nervous. But in the next breath, she thanked him for staying by her side. The stage was set for a legendary clash. The system's voice boomed, ordering the fighters into the arena, announcing that the divine spirits themselves were trembling with anticipation. Over 4,500 viewers were already watching the duel, their cheers echoing for the Empress of the Sword. A field of light then materialized around them. Trees erupted from the ground, transforming the battlefield into a dense, ancient forest. The rules for victory were simple. One must either surrender or be rendered unable to continue the fight. Monsters would spawn in the arena, granting points when slain, with each beast holding a different value. They had 3 hours to complete the duel. If time ran out, the winner would be decided by who had the highest score. And the final, most important rule killing was strictly forbidden. Any who broke it would face the full wrath of the association's judgment. With all the rules explained, and the crowd roaring with excitement, the system announced that the battle could finally begin. The very instant the match started, a massive explosion ripped through the arena, earning him 150 points. His eyes gleamed with excitement, energized for the coming battle. A spectator cheered for his aggressive start, while another wondered what the Empress of the Sword was even doing. She stood perfectly still, her eyes closed in deep concentration. Was she giving up before the fight had even started? But then, a crackle of electric aura began to dance across her skin. Her focus was absolute. She opened her eyes, and in that moment, the true battle was about to ignite. She was finally ready. The artist looked over his shoulder, wondering about the strange sound he'd just heard. Something was hurtling toward him at impossible speed. Before he could even react, Hiram was already upon him, her sword poised to slice him into sashimi. Even so, he was no pushover and managed to parry the devastating attack. But the strain on his face was obvious. Hatred burned in his eyes. That damn brat was ignoring the monsters to come straight for his throat. The commentator roared with excitement, his voice booming through the arena. They'd skipped the warm-up and dove straight into a clash of titans. Hiram immediately summoned a dragon, forged from pure lightning. She wasn't here to play games. Her objective was crystal clear. Enraged, the artist screamed, "How dare you look down on me!" At that moment, his own aura exploded into a blazing crimson inferno. The fight between them reached a terrifying intensity. Their powers collided, shaking the very foundation of the arena. It was like watching two demigods wage war. Despite his own strength, the artist realized he was being utterly overwhelmed. The Empress's power was a crushing tidal wave. Without losing her cold composure, Hyam delivered a vertical slash so immense it caused the ground beneath the artist to shatter and sink. The crowd gasped in shock at such raw power. They knew she was strong, but this was beyond all their wildest expectations. Hiram thought to herself that this was the feeling she lived for, the sensation of utterly crushing someone who had underestimated her. The artist's face went pale with terror. For her, unleashing her full power, the freedom to hold nothing back, was an unparalleled thrill. She swung her blade in a sweeping horizontal slash that tore through everything around them. The forest was flattened in an instant, yet the artist remained standing. A thin line of blood trickled down his face. He'd been wounded, but he was still on his feet, terrified. He touched his cheek, his mind reeling in disbelief that he'd actually been struck. With a furious scream, he finally snapped. To dare mar his beautiful face, he charged at her, having completely lost his mind to rage. With a single, fluid motion, a sword was sent flying into the air, spinning violently. Hiram had disarmed the boy with a flick of her wrist. Now, he only had one blade remaining. Before he could recover, she closed the distance and drove her knee straight into his nose, breaking it with a sickening crunch. The boy flew backwards, blood gushing from his face as his consciousness began to fade. The girls in the stands watched in horror as their idol was so easily defeated. He regained his senses just moments before collapsing completely. He staggered back into the fight, his mind screaming that he could not lose to a low-ranked collector. Analyzing his desperate situation, he knew he had to calm down. Otherwise, he'd never be able to read her attacks and find a way to counter. As Garam lunged forward for another attack, the artist finally saw it a single, fleeting opening. He lunges to counterattack, but Hiram moves like a phantom, gracefully dodging and appearing behind him in an instant. Rage flashes in his eyes as he realizes she was just toying with him. He pivots, desperate to keep her in his sights, roaring that he won't let this stand. He leaps toward her, but with a single, devastating punch. Hiram sends him crashing down again, as Suryan and Yuhune watch in horror. This wasn't a fight. He was being mercilessly crushed by the Empress of the Sword, his face trembling and utterly wrecked. He stammers, trying to forfeit the match, but she cuts him off with another brutal punch. Hiram was deliberately stopping his surrender, continuing the vicious beatdown with chilling conviction. The girl's admiration for the artist vanished, replaced by shock. He was being completely dismantled by another collector. Someone in the crowd screams, asking why the fight isn't being stopped. But since Hiram wasn't letting him concede, their hands were tied, finishing her devastating combo. She raises her arms for a final blow, so immense it detonates the entire area around them. As the dust settles, the aftermath is revealed. The boy is completely broken, lying unconscious on the shattered ground. The announcer, his voice filled with awe, finally declares the battle over, crowning Hiram, the Empress of the Sword, as the undisputed champion of the duel. The virtual battlefield deactivates, returning them to the real-world Colosseum arena. Argyle stared in disbelief, a wave of disgust washing over her at the scene she had just witnessed. She knew instantly who was behind this carnage. Hiram unleashing her true strength could only mean one thing. The main character had given her that order. A burning desire to tear Yu Hien apart consumed her, but she knew she couldn't afford to act recklessly. Her opportunity would come. As the group reunites, Suryan rushes to Hiram's side, asking if she's all right. Overjoyed by her friend's victory, she praises the stunning performance, deeply moved by the display. Hiram shyly thanks her for the kind words, but then the main character calls out to her, telling her she was impressive, and her heart immediately begins to soar. A deep blush spreads across her face, just as it does every single time he praises her. You know the rule. Beaming with pure joy, she thanks the main character for his support. Elsewhere, a fist slams a table in fury. This cannot be allowed to continue. The scene shifts to a tense meeting room, where voices shout in panic about losing more mental domains to the Empress of the Sword. Another asks what they could possibly do. But a third voice cuts through the noise, telling them they're being too emotional. His name is Lim Gunwoo. The leader snaps at him to focus on the meeting, but Gunwoo seems utterly bored by the whole affair. Apparently, he holds the same belief as the Empress and the main character, that the mental domains shouldn't be kept open at all. Back in Suyun's office, she's gushing about how Hiram has become the talk of the town. Her name and her victory were on everyone's lips. While the two girls excitedly planned what to buy with their prize money, the main character was lost in deep contemplation, Yumi notices. Asking what he's thinking about, the main character finally looks up, his eyes filled with resolve. He announces that he has made a decision, leaving the girls confused. Yu Hyun intends to recruit a new collector. The words hit them like a lightning bolt, and they scream in disbelief as Hiram bursts into tears, crying that she's being abandoned. The main character approaches her as she sobs on the couch. He asks when he ever abandoned her, but she just yells that he lied, that he said he only needed her. He begins to patiently explain that the two of them can't keep clearing mental domains alone forever. The challenges ahead were only going to get harder. While they could still handle it now, that time was running out. They needed to prepare. Besides, he adds with a clever smile, now that your rank is about to increase, wouldn't it be great to have your very own junior to order around? Those magic words immediately caught her attention. Her entire attitude shifts in the blink of an eye. Well, if you put it that way, she says, trying to sound magnanimous. I suppose I should show the generosity of a senior. Her excitement was palpable. Soryun asks if the main character has anyone specific in mind, and he replies that he hasn't thought of anyone yet. But that wasn't entirely true. Memories of his past life flashed in his mind. He recalled other powerful collectors, those who were known as the miraculous generation. Lotus, his companion, suggests he use his future knowledge to find someone. He explains that while he has many candidates, the timing isn't right. Some of them haven't even awakened their powers yet. Finding an unknown person in this vast world would be harder than they could imagine. Lotus grumbles in frustration. Then, the main character remembers an upcoming competition tomorrow. It would be the perfect opportunity to scout for a hidden gem. There was a high chance that someone with incredible potential would be there, someone who never became famous in his original future. Just then, his train of thought is shattered as a system window materializes in front of him, catching his full attention. An unidentified user was attempting to initiate a video call. Curious, the main character decides to answer. A figure with a demonic aura appears on the screen, asking if he can hear her. When he confirms, she mentions she heard about his recent promotion to senior rank. She notes his stoic reaction with a smirk. I thought you'd react a little differently, she purrs, before offering her congratulations. Who is it? Surin demands, his voice laced with annoyance. He tells them to get lost and give him some privacy. His eyes narrow, focusing on the horns atop the girl's head. And then it hits him. It's that horned guy from the new teller initiation ceremony. Guy! Her voice erupts in fury. My name, she seethes, is Alicia? He quietly thinks to himself how beautiful she's become. Pushing the thought aside, he asks how her career as a teller is progressing. A spark of excitement flashes in her eyes. She reveals that with help from her seniors, she's now managing a world called Altalon. The teller girl is already convinced of her superiority, boasting about reaching 500 viewers in her library and praising her collector. The main character smirks. A rebellious noble, I presume? Her eyes widen in shock. How did you know? Yuen lays out a detailed and chillingly accurate description, leaving the other teller completely stunned. He's satisfied, having perfectly guessed her collector's story. An interesting archetype, to be sure. But she quickly changes the subject. Have you checked the teller's forum recently? She asks. He admits it's been a while, and she insists he look, hinting that something major just happened. Without another word of explanation, she claims she's busy and abruptly ends the call, leaving him burning with curiosity. He immediately opens the forum window. What he discovers there makes his eyes widen in disbelief. A massive discussion was raging about a teller who tried to copy him, abandoning his blessing to fight alongside his collector, only to be eliminated for his recklessness. Clicking the video link in the post, he watches the tragic scene of the teller's demise. In a last-ditch effort, the teller had even tried to abandon his collector, but it was no use. He still couldn't escape his fate. Watching over his shoulder, Lotus admits she thought it was just a rumor. She's impressed to see the actual footage. Many commenters called it an irresponsible move.
But our main character sees this as a golden opportunity. This controversy only brought him more attention. Regardless, a wave of tellers had begun casting aside their blessings to imitate him. Lotus asks if he's worried.
On the contrary, he sees the potential for a legendary story, a tale of a teller who forsook divine protection and struggled against all odds.
The next day, a disappointed him looks at Yoo-hoon, asking if he truly has to go alone. He confirms that he must. The reporters swarming their office after her duel were getting out of hand, and he had to deal with the situation immediately.
Asking her to understand, he activates his invisibility skill and promises he'll be back as soon as it's done.
The boy slips past the media frenzy with ease, while the clueless reporters wonder when their targets will finally emerge. He arrives at the collector graduation ceremony, a place bustling with countless people entering and leaving. Lotus is shocked by the sheer size of the crowd. He explains that even people from the major clans were likely here, scouting for new recruits. The sword questions if he can really find a competent individual in this massive crowd. Surely the major clans already possess information he doesn't. But he explains that he isn't looking for the best of the best.
After all, him was far from the top when he first found her.
He understood that the highest ranked were often the most talented. But there were hidden potentials. Raw gems that only his eyes could see and awaken. Lotus didn't possess that ability, but she accepts his logic. Together, they begin their search for a collector with untapped greatness. An entire day slips by. Lotus is exhausted from the endless search, but he still hasn't found anyone who truly captures his attention.
Every collector he had seen was completely, disappointingly average.
He was hoping for someone with at least golden level potential. Suddenly, something catches his eye, and he takes off running, leaving a startled Lotus behind. The sword calls out his name and tries to chase after him, but he pays her no mind, sprinting until he vanishes around a corner. Yoo-hoon looks absolutely stunned, wondering if his eyes had deceived him.
Catching up to someone, he yells, asking for a moment of their time. But when he sees her face, he's left utterly speechless.
The girl he called turns around, her expression making it clear she is not pleased to be interrupted.
What he sees floating above her is simply astounding. 3 books shimmering with the colors of a rainbow. Yuen couldn't even react. A normal person only has 1 book, but she had 3. This could mean so many things. But what exactly?
She turns to leave again, but the main character calls out once more. As he introduces himself, she cuts him off with a chilling threat. "Get away from me, or I will eliminate you right here." The boy barely seems to hear her threat, his heart pounding with pure excitement. To meet someone with potential this powerful, it was unbelievable. Once more, he introduces himself as a teller from the prestigious Biqua office. She finally asks what he wants from her. The boy replies that he would like to make her an incredible offer. Uninterested, she turns to leave again, saying she's busy and doesn't want to be bothered. But he places a hand on her shoulder. Turning only her head, her eyes flash with killing intent. She warns him that if he doesn't let her go, she will end his life model. Yoo-hyun finally backs down, releasing the girl. It was clear he wasn't going to get anything from her. Just then, Lotus appears. "Were you here because of her?" she asks. "She must be incredibly talented, or someone you knew from the future. Which is it?" The main character admits he doesn't know her, but feels she must have been famous in his past life. It was a strange anomaly that she was a complete unknown. Giving up for now, he tells Lotus they'll head home, but vows he'll find her again. "How?" Lotus asks. "You don't even know her name." Revealing one of her books in his hand, he smirks. "Don't worry, I have a feeling we'll meet again very soon." Back at the office, the main character tasks Soo-yoon with finding someone named Kwanja, a recent graduate. "Is this the person you want to recruit?" she asks. He confirms with a decisive yes. He'd thought finding her with the book alone would be easy, but 1 book simply wasn't enough. Hurim suddenly materializes behind him. "Is that a woman's name?" she asks. He simply replies that yes, it is.
Utterly devastated, she collapses in a fit of jealousy. But our protagonist explains he didn't choose her because she was a woman.
But Kareem is beyond listening. Just then, Sori returns, her face pale with the shocking information she's uncovered. The main character calmly asks, "Is there a problem?" She explains the girl graduated near the bottom of her class, and while her combat skills were immense, her teamwork was abysmal. Apparently, she even started a massive brawl at school and was nearly expelled, barely managing to graduate. Her power was the real deal, strong enough to crush several high-ranked students.
But her personality made her completely unhireable. Sarun looks to him for confirmation. Is this really the person you want? Without a single